Maid saves Mafia boss from assassins. What happened next changed everything. The night I saved a Mafia boss in my cleaning sneakers, I was stripping his bed and complaining about rich people crumbs. Not out loud, obviously. In my head. The townhouse was too quiet for anything else. 3 stories of glass and stone overlooking the East River, the kind of place where the walls probably had their own bank accounts. The guest room I was in smelled like citrus cleaner and money. I pulled the duvet back and froze. There was blood on the sheets. Not a lot. Just a rusty smear near the edge, like someone had nicked a finger and wiped it without thinking. It still made my stomach jump. I checked my own hands, by reflex. No cuts. Great, I muttered under my breath. I finally get a regular client who pays on time, and somebody's already leaking. If you're wondering why I didn't freak out and run. When you clean houses for people who keep more cash in drawers than you've seen in a year, you learn not every stain is your business. You see stuff. You hear stuff. You survive by folding it into hospital corners and pretending it's just another spill. I bundled the sheet up, tossing it into my laundry bag. My earbuds were in, but the music was low enough that I could still hear the house, the steady hum of the fridge downstairs, the whisper of the HVAC, the faint murmur of male voices in the front parlor. He was home. If you want to hear how a maid and a Mafia boss end up tearing down an empire together, don't forget to like this. Drop a comment with "I'm in," and make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss what comes next. Torin. I'd only seen him twice up close. Once, when the house manager introduced me. "This is Khalees. She'll be on evenings. Don't worry about her. She's discreet." And once when he'd stalked through the hallway on his phone, not even looking my way. Up close. Torin looked exactly like the rumor. Dark suit. Colder eyes. A watch that cost more than the car I rode the bus past every day. Men like that didn't see people like me. We were part of the furniture, like lamps and soap dispensers. Downstairs, his voice rose, sharp enough to cut through the floor. I said, "No." He snapped. My hand paused on the pillowcase. Another man answered, muffled, but urgent. I pulled one earbud out. "You don't get to say no," the other voice said. "You owe them. They're not going to accept a charity gala and a press release as payment." "I'm not sending anyone else," Torin said. "No more bodies. I'm done. You ever hear something you know? Deep down, you shouldn't be hearing. That little chill at the back of your neck? That's what I got." Every instinct I had screamed at me to put the earbuds back in and pretend the only thing I cared about was detergent. Instead, I stepped closer to the door. "I'm done," he repeated. "You tell them that. If they want more, they can come talk to me themselves." There was a beat of silence, so heavy it traveled up the walls. "Be careful what you invite, Torin," the other man said. "Some people don't talk. They skip to the part with bullets." I didn't even get a chance to roll my eyes at the dramatics before another sound cut through the house. Glass breaking. Then a gunshot. I dropped the pillow. If you're listening to this and thinking, "Girl, I would have run out the back door," hit pause for a second. Ask yourself, run where? My rent was behind. My elderly neighbor was probably sitting at home waiting for me to bring leftovers. People like Torin's enemies didn't care that I scrubbed floors and rode 2 trains to get there. Once bullets start, they don't ask for resumes. If any of this already has your heart beating faster, tap like and stay with me. I'm going to tell you exactly how saving him nearly got me killed, and why I'd still do it again. The second gunshot was louder, closer. I jerked, grabbed my laundry bag on instinct, and stepped into the hallway. Shouting echoed up the stairwell. Heavy boots. Another crash. The smart move would have been to lock myself in the guest room and pray. Instead, I moved toward the banister and looked down. The parlor below had exploded. Shattered glass glittered on the floor like spilled diamonds. The big window that faced the street was a ragged hole, curtains flapping in the cold air. A man in a ski mask lay near the coffee table, not moving, blood spreading under him like a bad shadow. Another masked man ducked behind an overturned chair, firing toward the entryway. Torin was half hidden behind the stone column by the stairs, returning fire with short, controlled shots. His suit jacket was off, shirt sleeves rolled, forearms flexing every time he pulled the trigger. There was nothing elegant about him now. He looked like exactly what people whispered he was. Don, boss, monster. A spray of plaster exploded from the wall inches from his head. He shifted, looking for an angle, and because God has a sense of humor, that's when he looked up. Our eyes met for half a second. His narrowed, just slightly, like he'd only now realized there was a person on his second-floor landing who wasn't supposed to be there. Another bullet whined past his shoulder. "Get back," he yelled up at me. Right, because that was going to solve everything. 2 more men poured in through the broken window, boots crunching on glass. One of them had a shotgun. The other saw Torin, jerked his chin, and pointed upstairs. At me. "Second floor," he shouted. "He's got a maid. Grab her." I felt my stomach drop. I don't know what snapped then. Maybe it was years of being treated like I was decorative. Maybe it was the fact that I'd just spent 10 minutes changing his sheets, and I didn't want to die on them. I turned and ran, not away from the stairs, right toward them. Except I wasn't going for the main staircase. That was a river of bullets waiting to happen. I hugged the wall, sprinting down the hall toward a painting of a ship in a storm. My pulse pounded in my ears so loud it drowned out the shouting. At the end of the hallway, tucked behind a half-open linen closet, was the door nobody else ever noticed. Staff, access only. I yanked it open and took the narrow stairs 2 at a time, descending straight toward the back of the parlor. Halfway down, I nearly collided with him. Torin had fallen back, moving toward the service hallway, firing as he retreated. He pivoted when he heard me, gun swinging up before he registered my face. We both froze. "Are you insane?" he snapped, breathless. "Get upstairs and lock a door." "There are 2 guys coming up the main stair like it's Black Friday," I shot back, panting. "Your door locks are decoration. This way." "I'm not." "Argue later," I hissed, grabbing his wrist. I expected him to jerk away. Men like him didn't let anyone drag them anywhere. He didn't pull back. Another shot cracked behind us, close enough that hot plaster dust peppered my cheek. Down, I barked. We plunged into the service hall. It was narrow, the walls closer than my last apartment's rent notice. The kind of hallway no one who didn't wear a cleaning badge would know as anything but a line on a blueprint. I'd mapped every inch the first week on the job. The gunfire behind us got muffled as we turned corners, boots pounding after us. Left, I said. No, other left. There's a storage room, then a laundry chute. If we get to the basement. You've thought about this, he muttered, ducking as a bullet thunked into the wall behind us. I think about exits everywhere, I said. It's called being poor. We hit the storage room door. I kicked it open, dragged him inside, and slammed it shut. We were plunged into darkness that smelled like detergent and dust. The tiny emergency light over the far corner cast everything in a dim blue glow. Stacked boxes, shelves of cleaning products, a huge industrial laundry chute with a square metal door. He leaned back against the wall, chest heaving. Give me a gun, I whispered. His brows snapped together. Absolutely not. They just put a price tag on my head, and you dragged me into a closet, I whispered back. If they open that door, I'd like to be more than background noise. He studied me for a beat, caught between instinct and math. The footsteps got louder. He cursed under his breath, pulled a smaller pistol from the back of his waistband, and pressed it into my hand. The weight made my fingers tremble. Safety's off, he said. Don't point it at me. Or yourself. I'll try my best, I muttered. If you're sitting on your couch right now thinking, I would have just dropped the gun and fainted, I get it. But let me tell you something. When you've had overdue, notices taped to your door, and men in suits stepping over you like you're nothing, survival looks different. Sometimes it looks like taking a weapon you don't know how to use and pretending you do. If you've ever had to act braver than you felt just to make it through a day, hit the like button and tell me in the comments. I've been there. You're not alone. He moved to the side of the door, gun angled. I took the opposite side, heart thundering so loud it felt like I was betraying our position with each beat. The footsteps stopped right outside. A hand rattled the knob. Back entrance is blocked, a voice said. He's somewhere in the service hall. Check every door. Thought you said this was going to be clean. Another voice sneered. Boss said, 1 meeting. In and out. Boss wasn't the one getting shot at. My grip tightened on the gun. My palms were slick. The knob turned slowly. I swallowed, my throat dry. I have no idea what I'm doing, I breathed. Point and squeeze, Torin whispered. If they come through, don't hesitate. Easy for him to say. Violence fit him like his tailored shirt. On me, it felt like a jacket, 3 sizes too big. The door cracked open. A sliver of hallway light sliced into the room. I caught a glimpse of a mask, a gloved hand, the barrel of a gun, starting to swing in. Time slowed down in that stupid way it does when your whole life is about to pivot. And your brain decides now is a great moment to replay every bad decision you've ever made. I thought of Mava, waiting for me to bring home leftover pastries. I thought of my last boyfriend, laughing as he told me I was lucky he let me pay his phone bill. I thought of my mother, rolling her eyes at every crime show and saying, "We don't get to survive like that, baby. We don't get second chances." Then I squeezed the trigger. The sound inside the small room was deafening. My arm jolted back. I hit the shelves behind me and almost dropped the gun. The man in the doorway shouted, stumbling sideways as the bullet slammed into the doorframe inches from his shoulder. So I missed, but I didn't freeze. Torin moved, like he'd been waiting for that heartbeat. He yanked the door fully open, stepped into the frame, and fired twice. The masked man dropped. Another behind him scrambled back, returning fire blindly down the hall. "Move," Torin snapped. He grabbed my arm and hauled me across the room toward the laundry chute. "Wait," I started. He yanked the metal door open. Cold air rushed up from below. "You ever been in a hamper?" he asked. "This is not the time for metaphors," I hissed. He didn't answer. He stepped closer, one hand on the chute, one still holding his gun. "Feet first," he said. "It's a straight drop into the basement. Soft landing. Bags pile up." "You've done this before," I said. "Once," he said. "Hated it." Still alive, though. Bullets hit the shelves behind us, bottles exploding, the sharp smell of bleach filling the air. "Khalees," he said, voice low. "You want to live or argue?" I stared into the dark hole. If I went down there, I was officially more than a maid who knew too much. I'd be a witness, a liability, a name on a list. The kind of person guys like them made disappear. But if I stayed here, I'd just be a body on a storage room floor. "Fine," I said, more to myself than him. I took a breath, gripped the sides of the chute, and swung my legs in. "Don't you dare drop me," I warned. "Wouldn't dream of it," he said. His hands were firm on my calves for a second. Then he let go. The world vanished in cold metal and rushing air. I dropped, heart in my throat, landing hard on a pile of thick laundry bags. That knocked the wind out of me, but didn't break anything important. Above, I heard another burst of gunfire, Torin's voice shouting something, boots hammering on steps. I rolled off the bags, gasping, and looked up. The chute mouth above was a small square of light, getting smaller as I caught my breath. "Come on," I whispered, not sure who I was talking to. Him, God, myself. A shadow blocked the light for a second. Then a face appeared at the top of the chute. Not Torin's. Mask. Gun. He looked down at me and raised the weapon, aiming straight at my chest. I lifted my shaking arms and pointed the pistol back up at him. We stared at each other across 6 yards of cold metal and bad choices. "Drop it," he barked. "Ladies first," I shot back, though my voice cracked. He started to squeeze the trigger. In that split second, I realized this was it. The price of not staying invisible. The cost of stepping into somebody else's war. And that's where I'm going to leave you. Inside a laundry chute, a gun in my hand, another pointed right at me, because the next thing that happened changed everything. If you want to hear how a maid and a mafia boss end up tearing down an empire together, don't forget to like this. Drop a comment with "I'm in" and make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss what comes next. The thing about staring down a gun barrel from the bottom of a laundry chute is that time does something weird. It stretches. I could see everything too clearly. The matte black of his weapon, the frayed edge of his glove, a fleck of paint peeling on the metal near his elbow. I could even smell the mix of detergent and gunpowder in the air. "Drop it!" He snapped again. My fingers tightened on my own gun. No way was I hitting him from this angle. But my brain didn't have a better option handy. "I'm really not in the mood," I said, mostly to keep myself from screaming. He didn't laugh. His finger started to tighten on the trigger, and the light behind his head flared white with a muzzle flash. The sound was like a thunderclap, trapped in a tunnel. The man jerked forward, then vanished from the square of light. Something heavy crashed against the chute walls and slid down, a dead weight thumping onto the bags beside me. I flinched so hard, my back hit cold metal. For a heartbeat, there was silence. Then Torin's face appeared at the top of the chute, jaw clenched, eyes dark. "You still alive?" he called down. "Define alive," I croaked. "Still talking," he said. "Good enough." A rope slithered down. No, not a rope, a sheet, knotted in a long length. He held the other end. "Wrap it around your wrist," he said. "I'll pull you the rest of the way down. It's faster to drop than climb with you in this crate. Are you sure it'll hold?" "Khalees," he cut in. "Please." It was the please that did it. I looped the makeshift rope around my wrist. "Don't dislocate my arm," I muttered. "No promises," he said. He let go. The sheet went taut, jerking my arm so hard my shoulder screamed. I yelped as my feet left the laundry bags, and I dropped the last few feet uncontrolled. Torin caught me awkwardly around the waist, staggering back as we both crashed onto the cold concrete floor of the basement. For a second, we were in a ridiculous pile, him on his back, me sprawled half across, his chest. The dead gunman slumped in a heap of laundry 3 feet away. His heart hammered against my cheek. "You weigh more than you look," he grunted. "You're welcome," I shot back, breathless. He huffed something like a laugh, then pushed me gently off him and scrambled up, gun already back in his hand. "Come on," he said. "They'll regroup." He grabbed my wrist and hauled me toward the back of the basement, where a heavy metal door led to the service alley. The moment he cracked it open, the night slapped us in the face. Cold, sharp, smelling like exhaust and the river. The alley was empty. For now. A black car idled near the corner. Engine low. "Go," Torin said, steering me toward it. "Back seat. I can walk myself," I snapped automatically. "Then do it faster," he retorted. The car doors unlocked with a chirp. I slid into the back and slammed the door just as 2 distant sirens started wailing somewhere in the city. The driver glanced at me in the rear view, a man with watchful eyes and hands at 10 and 2 like he'd been born in that seat. "Jace," Torin said as he climbed into the passenger side. "Garage route." Now, The car eased away from the curb, then picked up speed, slipping into the flow of traffic, like we were just another late-night Uber. My hands were still shaking. I looked down. I was still holding the gun. I said, "What should I do with this?" "Keep it for now," Torrin said. "Nobody's searching you. Where we're going." "That's comforting," I muttered. City lights smeared past the windows. My chest started to ache in that delayed way that meant my adrenaline was finally dropping and my nervous system was catching up. Like, hey, quick question. Why are we in a car with a man people just tried to kill? We rode in silence for a few blocks before my brain caught up enough to be mad. "This is your fault," I said. Torrin exhaled. "You're welcome. For pulling you out of a chute." "That's not what I mean, and you know it," I said, sitting forward. "If you weren't mixed up in whatever Mafia cosplay you've got going on." "It's not cosplay," he said dryly. "I wouldn't have had a gun pointed at me," I finished. "Twice." He turned slightly in his seat to look at me. The streetlights painted his face in flashes. Jawline, cheekbones, eyes that looked too tired to belong to the monster people described. "You didn't have to come out of that room," he said. "You could have stayed hidden." "They were coming upstairs," I said. "If they'd found me in there, I'd be mopping my blood up right now." "True," he conceded. "And I didn't come out of the room because I wanted to play hero," I snapped. "I came out because I knew there was a staff hallway and you didn't. You'd be dead on your designer rug if I hadn't dragged you through it." Something flickered in his eyes. "Yeah," he said softly. "I know." The car hit a pothole. We all bounced. The driver, Jace, spoke for the first time. "We got a tail?" "Not yet," Torrin said. "Surface for a few more blocks, then drop into the parking garage on 9th. I glanced out the back window. No obvious pursuers, just cabs, delivery vans, and the occasional sedan with busted taillights. "So what now?" I asked. "You drop me off at my place, and hope your friends with the guns don't decide to swing by for leftovers." "No," he said immediately. "Then what?" "You're not going home," he said. I laughed. It came out sharp. I work 2 cleaning jobs and live in a building with a security gate that needs Jesus and WD-40. Where exactly am I going, if not home? "A safe apartment," he said. "One no one outside my inner circle knows about." "Oh, perfect," I said. "So I go from almost being shot in your house to being kidnapped to your panic room." "Do you honestly think," he snapped, "that I put a bullet in a man over a laundry chute just to toss you back where they can find you?" I shut my mouth because when he said it like that, it kind of made sense. I slumped back against the seat, gun resting in my lap, head tilting back. Lights flickered across the car ceiling. "Look," I said after a moment, staring up. "I don't know your life. I didn't want to know your life. I picked your account because you paid on time and because the house manager said you traveled a lot. Least amount of interaction possible. That was the plan." He was quiet. "And now?" he asked. "Now, I have the faces of your would-be murderers in my head. And one of them tried to shoot me," I said. You think they're going to just forget I exist? No, he said. Exactly, I said. So if I stay in my apartment, they come for me. If I stay with you, other people come for you, and I get caught in the crossfire. That's not exactly what I pictured when I put evening cleaning on my availability form. If you stay with me, he said slowly, we stand a chance of keeping you alive. If you go on your own, you're a loose piece on the board. And loose pieces get swept off. This isn't chess. It's my life, I said. Same thing, he replied. If you've ever found yourself pulled into someone else's mess so deep, you start arguing strategy. Instead of asking why you're even in the room, you know that dizzy feeling I had right then. Drop a comment if you've ever been forced to choose between two bad options that weren't your fault in the first place. And if you're still listening, hit like so the algorithm knows stories like this matter. We turned into an underground parking garage a few minutes later. Jace drove with one hand, tapping a code into the keypad at the entrance with the other. The gate rattled up. Inside, it was all concrete echo and fluorescent lights. He parked near an elevator, marked maintenance. We got out. My legs felt like they belonged to someone else. Jace scanned the area, then nodded once. Clear. Upstairs, Torin said, gesturing to the elevator. Is it too late to say, I'd rather take the stairs? I muttered, 14 floors? Jace said, be my guest. I shut up and got in. The elevator shuddered as it rose. My ears popped. Nervous? Torin asked, quietly. About being trapped in a metal box, going to an unknown location with two men whose combined legal record probably looks like a horror franchise. I said, I'm fine. One corner of his mouth almost twitched. The doors opened into a hallway that smelled like fresh paint and expensive carpet. He led the way to a plain gray door, punched in a code, and pushed it open. Inside was, surprisingly, normal. A small, open-plan apartment. Couch, coffee table, tiny kitchen. No art on the walls, no personal clutter, just the kind of furniture you'd buy if you wanted to look like a person lived there without actually living there. Welcome to my least interesting property, he said. You're safe here. I was safer when nobody knew my name, I said. I walked in slowly, eyes scanning for the cameras I was suddenly sure would be there. If there were any, they were well hidden. Torin shut the door behind us. Jace stayed outside. You hungry? Torin asked. I laughed again. That slightly hysterical sound I was growing to hate. I just dropped down your laundry chute, almost shot a man, and got dragged to your hideaway, I said. Sure. Let's talk snacks. Adrenaline burns calories, he said calmly. You'll crash hard if you don't eat. Are you quoting a trainer? I asked. A doctor, he said. The first time I got shot, I blinked. You say that like it's normal, I murmured. He didn't answer. Instead, he opened a cabinet and pulled out a couple of instant meal packs, setting water to boil in an electric kettle. I sank onto the couch, suddenly exhausted. The gun was still in my hand. I stared at it. You can put it on the table, he said over his shoulder. No one's coming through that door. Without dying first. Reassuring, I muttered. But I did set it down. My fingers left damp prints on the metal. I watched him move around the kitchen. Sleeves still rolled. Shirt smeared with someone else's blood. Making lukewarm noodles, like this was just a late night at the office. You've done this before, I said quietly. Had the people I work with try to kill me? He asked. Yeah, that's not what I stopped. Actually, that too, apparently. I meant this. I waved vaguely. Safe apartments. Panic routes. Emergency dinners. He rested his hands on the counter, looking at me. When you build something on top of men who get their hands dirty for a living, he said, you plan for the day. One of them decides your neck looks easier to reach than your hand. You say that like you're not one of those men, I said. He didn't deny it. The kettle clicked off. He poured water, stirred, brought me a steaming bowl and a fork. I stared at it. Eat, he said. You'll throw up later. If you don't, there's a vote of confidence, I muttered. Still, my stomach growled. I picked up the fork. We ate in silence for a few minutes, the room filled with the small, ridiculous sounds of slurping and chewing. My neighbor is probably watching some game show right now, I said suddenly. She's going to kill me when I don't show up with leftovers. Does she know where you work? He asked. Some of it, I said. Not your place. I just told her uptown houses. Call her, he said. Tell her you took an extra shift. You don't want me telling her the truth? I said. That her favorite maid almost got turned into a crime scene exhibit? Do you? He asked. I thought about Maeva's face, about the way she'd smacked my hand away. When I tried to help her up the stairs last week, insisting she wasn't fragile. No, I said finally. She'd come marching down there with her cane and yell at your hitmen for tracking dirt in. Then lie, he said softly. Is that all you do? I asked. Lie and eat instant noodles? Some days, he said. Other days. I sign papers that move numbers from one column to another and pretend it isn't blood. That sat between us like a third bowl. I set my fork down. You said you were done with bodies, I said. Downstairs. Before the window broke, he went still. You were listening, he asked. I clean, I said. My job is literally listening to mess and making it disappear. He studied me. Something like respect slipping through his guarded expression. Yeah, he said quietly. I said that. What changed? I asked. What made you grow a conscience? Did somebody finally shoot the wrong kid? Or did you just get tired of looking at yourself in the mirror? He flinched. Barely. That's not your problem, he said. Too late, I said. Your problems used bullets tonight. He opened his mouth, closed it again, then rubbed a hand over his face like he was washing something off. I'll make some calls, he said. Find out who green-lit that hit. It wasn't sanctioned. So, there are rules, I asked. Like a handbook. How to mob. Do's and don'ts. One corner of his mouth lifted. You joke a lot when you're scared, he said. It's that. Or cry, I replied. I'm saving the crying for when I'm alone. His phone buzzed on the counter. He picked it up, thumb hovering over the screen. For the first time since we'd gotten in the car, he looked unsure. What? I asked. He turned the phone so I could see. A new message thread was open. It was from a contact labeled only with an initial S. Sabria. I assumed. I wasn't supposed to know that name. I'd heard it once from the house manager. In a whisper, the message was short. A photo filled most of the screen. It was me, grainy, angled from above, but unmistakable. I was on the second-floor landing, halfway between the guest room and the stairs, looking down at the chaos. Underneath, 3 words. She's a problem. My pulse stumbled. Who is that? I asked, even though I already knew. Someone who's supposed to be on my side, he said quietly. Another bubble appeared. Lucen wants her gone before morning. Loose ends. Get us all killed. I licked my lips, suddenly dry. What does that mean? I asked, hearing how thin my voice sounded. It means, he said, they know your face, and they don't trust me to take care of it. A third message popped up. This one made my blood run cold. If you don't handle it, I will. Starting with her neighbors. The words on his screen didn't look real. If you don't handle it, I will. Starting with her neighbors. My mouth went dry. Neighbors? I repeated. He means... Yes, Torin said. My building, I said. My floor. Mava. Something inside my chest snapped tight. I was off the couch before I registered moving, grabbing for my bag, my coat, my shoes, like I could somehow outrun a text message. I have to go, I said. I have to warn her. You're not leaving this apartment, he said. Watch me. I didn't make it 2 steps. He caught my arm. I twisted hard, yanking against his grip. I wasn't strong enough to break it, but I was angry enough to try. Let go, I said, low and sharp. If you step outside that door, you won't make it to the corner, he said. They'll have eyes on your building already. That message wasn't a threat. It was a status update. And you're just going to stand here? I demanded. You're going to sit in your safe little box and let them burn mine down? You said you didn't want any more bodies? She's not a body, Torin. She's my family. Something flickered in his eyes. The hand on my arm tightened, then released. Give me your phone, he said. What? Your phone, he repeated. Now. I dug it out of my pocket with shaking fingers and slapped it into his palm. He scrolled, found Mava's contact, hit call, and shoved the phone back into my hand. Put it on speaker, he said. It rang. Once, twice, 3 times. I counted heartbeats in between. Then finally, if this is someone trying to sell me a new cable package, I'm going to cuss you out in 3 languages. I almost sobbed with relief. Mava, it's me, I said. Don't hang up. There was a pause. You sound like you saw a ghost, she said. You okay, girl? I need you to listen to me very carefully, I said, forcing my voice not to shake. You lock your door. Right now. Chain, bolt, all of it. Don't open it for anyone. Not me. Not the landlord. Not police, unless they slide a badge under the door. And you call 911 yourself, and they confirm. You hear me? Why? She asked. What happened? It's work stuff. I lied. Some? Guys came by the building asking questions. I don't like the way it felt. I just need you to promise me. You'll lock everything and not open it for anyone tonight. Silence. I could picture her on the other end, squinting like she could see the truth through the signal. That boss of yours, she said slowly, the one with the quiet car and the eyes like frost. Did he finally let his mess spill on your shoes? My throat closed. Just promise me, I whispered. She sighed, long and annoyed. You always did pick the most complicated way to make rent, she grumbled. I'll lock the door. I'll put the chair under the knob. And I'll keep my frying pan by the bed. Maeva, I'm old, not stupid, she said. Her voice softened. You stay where you are, wherever that is. You hear me? Don't go running down here thinking you're somebody's superhero. You are useless to me, with a bullet in your behind. A laugh broke out of me, wet and helpless. Okay, I said. Okay. I love you. I know, she said. Call me when the sun's up, or I'm sending the police after you. The line clicked. I stared at my phone for a second, then set it carefully on the table like it was made of glass. You think that's enough? I asked. No, Torrin said, but it's something. Something isn't going to stop a man who sees her as leverage. I shot back. His jaw tightened. I'll put someone on her building, he said, quiet. No contact, just eyes. If Lucen sends a car, they'll have company. Someone like the guys who were shooting at you in your living room? I asked. Forgive me if I'm not comforted. He held my gaze for a long beat. Then he reached for his own phone. I listened as he made 3 calls, voice dropping into that tone he'd used downstairs. One that made everything sound like an order you didn't disobey if you wanted to breathe. He didn't say my name. He didn't say Maeva's. He gave an address and instructions and a simple warning. Nothing touches that building. If it does, I'll assume you wanted it that way. When he hung up, some of the iron bled out of his shoulders, leaving him looking older. You trust them? I asked. I trust that they trust breathing, he said. Comforting again. I muttered. Adrenaline had carried me this far. Now it was leaking out, leaving a bone-deep tremor in its wake. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I pressed them against my thighs. Torrin noticed. Sit, he said. I'm tired of taking orders from you, I snapped. Then sit, because your legs are about to quit, he said. As if on cue, my knees wobbled. I dropped onto the couch before they betrayed me completely. The room felt too small, the walls too close. I could still smell bleach from the storage room, smoke from the shattered window, the faint iron tang of blood that probably existed only in my head now. Torrin moved around the coffee table, and for a second, I thought he was going back to the kitchen. He wasn't. He stopped in front of me. Then, slowly, lowered himself to one knee. "What are you doing?" I demanded. He reached for my hands. I almost snatched them away. On reflex, he didn't grab. He waited, fingers open, like an offering instead of a command. My body wanted to curl in on itself. My pride wanted to shove him away and spit. Somewhere between those two impulses, my hands landed in his. They were warm, steady. "Breathe," he said quietly. "In, out." His thumbs traced small circles over my knuckles, an anchor in human form. "I'm not 5, I said, but my voice came out thinner than I liked. "No," he said. "You're a grown woman who's been through more in 2 hours than most of the men I work with see in a year. Breathe anyway." I did. In, out, again. The tight band around my chest loosened a notch. His eyes searched my face, not in the hungry way I'd seen men look at women in places like his townhouse, but like he was trying to memorize the person who'd thrown herself across his life at the exact wrong time. "You shouldn't be here," he said, more to himself than me. "I clean your sheets," I said. "This is kind of your fault." "I meant this world," he said. "Then maybe don't build a world that leaks into people's laundry rooms," I shot back. A corner of his mouth almost twitched. "That's fair," he said. He released my hands slowly, like he was afraid I'd shatter if he moved too fast. When he stood, he winced. It was small. If I hadn't been watching his face, I might have missed it. "What was that?" I asked. "Nothing," he said. "Nope," I said. "We're not doing the big strong man shrugs off getting shot routine. Take your shirt off." His brows shot up. "I'm flattered," he said dryly. "But this is a strange time." I glared. There was blood on the sheets before the shooting even started. "Then somebody tried to turn you into a colander. You've been acting like a stuntman ever since. If you pass out, I'm not dragging you to a hospital. So take the shirt off, or I start cutting it." He hesitated, then sighed. "You always this bossy?" he asked. "Only when people bleed near my workspace," I said. He unbuttoned the shirt, shrugging it off carefully. That's when I saw it. A deep graze along his left side, just under his ribs. It wasn't a through and through, but it was nasty. Red, swollen, the edges already bruising. I hissed. "You were just going to let that sit?" I demanded. "I had other priorities," he said. "Almost bleeding out is going to knock you off your mob schedule," I said. "Stay still." I grabbed the small first aid kit he'd pulled out earlier from under the coffee table, popped it open, and pulled on gloves with hands that only shook a little. "I've had worse," he said. "That's not the flex you think it is," I replied. I cleaned the wound carefully, dabbing away dried blood. He barely flinched. "Does this hurt?" I asked, pressing very gently near the edge. "Only when I breathe," he said. "Try not to stop," I muttered. For a few minutes, the only sounds were the rustle of gauze and the faint hum of the refrigerator. Up close, without the armor of his suit, he looked human, still solid, still dangerous, but with scars that looked like bad decisions and worse nights. A faint, faded line near his shoulder, another thick ridge near his collarbone. How many times have you been shot? I asked, quietly. He thought about it. Depends on if you count ricochets, he said. More than once. I translated. Yes. That's supposed to impress me? I asked. No. He said. It's supposed to explain why I said I'm done. I taped a clean bandage over the wound and sat back on my heels. Too late for that, I said. You can't just wake up one day and decide you're a reformed gangster, like it's a New Year's resolution. I know, he said. He looked down at me. I realized how close we were. I was on my knees in front of him, his shirt open, skin warm under the harsh overhead light. My fingers, still gloved, rested lightly against his side. His eyes dipped to my mouth. A warning bell went off in my head. I ignored it, just for a second, because everything in the last few hours had been sharp edges and gunfire and fear. And here was a moment of something else, something that felt like standing on the edge of a roof and knowing you shouldn't jump, but wondering how it would feel to fly. His hand lifted, almost of its own accord, fingers brushing a loose curl back from my face. The touch was gentle, reverent, almost. I felt it everywhere. He cupped my jaw lightly, thumb grazing my cheekbone. If I scare you, he said quietly, tell me to stop. That's the problem, I said, heart pounding. You scare me. And I still don't want you to stop. His breath hitched. He leaned in, very slowly, giving me too much time to change my mind. Our noses almost brushed. His eyes searched mine for something. Permission, maybe. Or forgiveness. He wasn't going to get yet. I could have closed the distance. It would have been easy. A tilt of my chin, a softer breath. Instead, I pulled back just enough that his hand fell away. Not yet, I said. A shadow crossed his face. I drag you into my mess, he said. And you still think you owe me restraint. I don't owe you anything, I said. That's exactly why I'm not letting you be the next bad decision I have to scrub out of my life. We sat there in the charged space between what almost happened and what didn't, both breathing a little harder than we had any right to. He nodded once. Fair, he said. He picked up his shirt, wincing as he slid it back on. Get some rest, he said. You'll need it. I thought you were calling people, I said, figuring out who set that hit. I will, he said, but I'm not doing it until I know you're behind a locked door and not pacing a groove into my floor. I don't sleep easily, I warned. Neither do I, he said. You can practice. I went to the small bedroom his spare apartment had. The bed was neatly made, the room bare. No photos, no clutter, just a nightstand and a lamp. I sat on the mattress and stared at the wall. Sleep, predictably, did not come. I kept seeing the masked face in the chute, the photo on his phone, the words about my neighbors. After what felt like an hour, I gave up and padded back into the living room. Torin was on the couch, phone to his ear, voice low. No, he was saying. If Sabria wants to question my judgment, she can do it in person. Until then, you take your orders from me, not from rumors in a hallway. Whoever was on the other end said something that made his jaw clench. "That's not your call," he snapped. "It's mine. And I just made it." He hung up, rubbed his eyes, then noticed me. "Can't sleep?" he asked. "Apparently my brain thinks now is a great time to replay every shot fired in surround sound," I said. He grimaced. "Same." He tapped his phone, brought up something, then nodded toward the couch. "Come here," he said. "You should see this." I sat on the far end of the couch, keeping a sliver of space between us on principle. He turned the phone, so we both could see. The video quality was grainy, the angle high, security footage from a bar I didn't recognize. Lucen sat at a table with two men whose faces were blurred by darkness and cheap cameras. He gestured with his hands, big and aggressive. Closed captions scrolled along the bottom, generated from the audio. "I told him we can't leave loose ends," Lucen was saying. "He keeps talking about no more bodies, like he's the one dodging bullets. If he doesn't clean up his mess, I will." One of the other men grunted. "You sure you want to go against him? Man like that doesn't retire. He dies." Lucen leaned in, smiling in a way that made my skin crawl. "That's the plan," he said. "We take him out at his own party. Make it look like he tried to burn a witness, and it went wrong. His people love a martyr. They'll swallow whatever story we tell." "And the maid?" the other man asked. "Her?" Lucen snorted. "There's a price on her head already. Word's out. First crew that brings me proof she's gone gets double. I don't even care who does it. As long as she disappears." My stomach flipped. Torin paused the video. "Where did you get this?" I asked. "Jace," he said. "He's got friends with cameras in places the police don't bother looking. So, this is real," I said. "Not just some text trying to scare you into doing their dirty work. It's real," he said. "And there's a literal bounty on me," I said. "Yes." He watched me, waiting for panic or tears. I felt both. What came out of my mouth instead was a laugh. It sounded cracked. "Great," I said. "I always wanted to be popular." His eyes softened. "This isn't a joke," he said. "If I don't laugh, I'll scream," I said. "And I think your neighbors would complain." He didn't argue. "If you're watching this and thinking you'd have handled all of this calmly, you're lying," I tell my viewers later. When the world suddenly decides your life is a price tag, all your plans go out the window. The only choices left are lay down or get loud. Torin cleared his throat. "I need to ask you something," he said. "And I need an honest answer." "That's all I've been giving you," I said. "If you had a way out that didn't involve me," he said slowly, "would you take it?" I thought of Anders' card, still tucked into my wallet from a random traffic stop months ago. Of the way some detectives looked at rich neighborhoods like they were haunted houses they weren't allowed to enter. "Yes," I said. Honesty tasted like blood and metal. I'd take any exit that didn't end with me in a body bag. He nodded once, as if that was the only answer he respected. "Good," he said, "because that means when I offer you something that sounds insane, you'll know I'm not doing it to keep you. I'm doing it because it's the only way to make sure they stop coming. Stop coming? For who? I asked. You or me? Both, he said. He turned the phone off and set it on the table like he'd just closed a door. Lucen doesn't move like this without someone bigger behind him, he said. Sabria's not going to admit it, but she's been pushing me toward a corner for years. They're done waiting for me to step aside. So they're going to push you off the board, I said. And I'm just collateral. His jaw flexed. Not if I move first, he said. Move how? I asked. He looked at me. When you want to take down a structure that's rotting from the inside, he said, you don't patch the walls. You pull the whole thing down. You name every board that held it up. You hand the blueprints to people who can't be bought. People like who? I asked. The same cops that don't patrol my street until 3 hours after the shooting stops. Some of them, he said, and others who are tired of being told to look the other way. You're talking about flipping, I said slowly, going to the law, turning on your own people. I'm talking about not letting men like Lucen inherit what I built, he said. If I walk away silently, they just move into my chair and keep killing. If I blow everything up from the inside, they spend the next decade answering questions instead of pulling triggers. And what happens to you? I asked. He held my gaze. I answer for what I've done, he said simply. In open air, not in an alley. We sat there, the weight of that plan settling around us. I don't trust the system you're talking about, I said. It wasn't built for people like me. I know, he said. It wasn't built for people like me either. But it's the only one we've got that doesn't end in a dozen more funerals. We were still staring at each other when the lock on the front door clicked. I jerked, reaching for the gun on the table, heart smashing against my ribs. Easy, Torin said. That'll be Jace. The door opened. Jace stepped in, closing it quickly behind him. His usually calm face was pinched, eyes sharp. We have a problem, he said. That's been the theme of the evening, I muttered. Get in line. He ignored me and looked at Torin. Words out, he said. It's not just Lucen's crew sniffing around. The bounty on her? He jerked his chin at me. It's circulating outside. If she steps foot in her neighborhood again, every idiot with a gun and a rent problem is going to be watching her front door. He pulled his phone from his pocket, thumbed through a few screens, then turned it toward us. My stomach flipped again. It was a screenshot of a group chat. Usernames, emojis, dark humor. In the middle of it, a message. Little Maid girl lives near 135th. Worth 10 grand to Lucen if she disappears. Easy money. Someone had replied with a laughing face and a gun emoji. Another had posted a photo of my building entrance. Torin's voice was quiet when he spoke. How fast? He asked. Fast, Jay said. You've got maybe a day before every hungry kid on the block starts thinking she's a lottery ticket. He looked at me. Welcome to the list, he said. You're officially worth more dead than alive to the wrong people. I swallowed hard, my hand finding the gun on the table again, fingers curling around cold metal. Somewhere, my neighbor was double-bolting her door, thinking that would be enough. Somewhere, men who'd never remember my name were laughing about how easy it would be to erase me. And somewhere in the middle of all that, I was sitting in a safe apartment with the man they thought would kill me first. "If they think I'm dying for 10 grand, I said, forcing my voice not to crack, "they're going to be disappointed." I didn't know it yet, but that was the moment the story stopped being about me surviving his world and started being about both of us burning it down. I didn't sleep that night. I don't think any of us did. The three of us sat in that bland little apartment as the city dragged its way toward dawn, the clock on the microwave ticking too loud. Torin paced. Jay stayed near the window, peeking through the blinds every few minutes. I curled up on the couch, my knees pulled to my chest, my fingers tracing the edge of the gun on the coffee table like it was a stress ball from hell. "So, that's it," I finally said. "I hide here, while every idiot with a data plan passes my address around like a coupon." "No," Torin said, still pacing. "You stay here while I deal with Lucin." "By deal with, you mean?" "Yes," he said. "Great," I said, "because more bodies will definitely convince everyone to stop shooting." He stopped, pacing. "You have a better idea?" he asked. "Yeah," I said. "Stop letting them write the story for you." He frowned. "You think this is about PR? I think this is about control," I said. "They're writing you as weak, soft. The boss, who can't clean up his own mess. You go out there, guns blazing. You're playing the part they already assigned you. And what part do you suggest I play?" he asked. "The reformed sinner? The humble civilian?" That script doesn't come with a happy ending in my line of work. I leaned forward. "You said yourself, your empire is rotting," I said. "You want to pull it down from the inside? Fine. But you can't do that from a coffin or a prison cell with no leverage." Jace snorted softly. "She's not wrong." Torin shot him a look. "You're supposed to be on my side." "I am," Jace said. "I'd just prefer that side doesn't end with both of you buried under Lucin's ego." Torin dragged a hand through his hair. "You're both very brave for people whose names are on the shopping list," he muttered. "Then take us off the list," I said. He looked at me, irritation and curiosity wrestling behind his eyes. "How?" he asked. "You said they don't know my face yet." "Not really," I said. "They've got a grainy screenshot and a neighborhood. They know I exist. They don't know where I'll show up. They know your building," Jace said. "It won't take long to connect that to you." "Sure," I said, "if I sit still and let them. But most men like Lucin don't notice people who are actively serving them. They notice threats, guns, bosses, other men. They don't notice the person clearing their glass and scrubbing their toilet." I met Torin's gaze, head on. "Let me go where they talk," I said, "where they feel safe enough to brag. Your hotels, your bars, your happy little legit front-facing spaces. I can listen, watch, get names, plans, receipts. You want to blow this up from the inside? You need more than righteous anger. You need evidence." He stared at me like I'd sprouted a second head. "Absolutely not," he said. I'm not sending you back into my properties as bait. I'm not bait, I said. I'm a maid. They're not the same thing. To men like Lucen, everyone is bait, he snapped. And to men like you, everyone's a piece on the board, I shot back. Let me be a piece that moves, instead of one that waits to be taken. He opened his mouth, but Jace cut in quietly. She's right about one thing, he said. We need eyes where they think we're blind. And she's got access even I don't have. Guys talk sloppy when they think there's nobody in the room but the help. I could feel Torin's frustration, like heat in the room. He wasn't used to being cornered like this. Say I'm insane enough to entertain this, he said finally. You go into my hotel. Lucen's guys have your description. One wrong angle, one security camera, one drunk idiot with a good memory, and you're dead before you change your gloves. Not if I go in as someone else, I said. You own more than one hotel, right? Put me in one where I've never cleaned before. Different uniform, hair up, mask, if anyone complains about health protocols. To them, I'm just another woman pushing a cart. And what exactly are you going to do? He asked. Ask them politely if they're planning to kill me on Thursday or Friday. Listen, I said. People like Lucen love to hear themselves talk. They brag, they gossip, they treat planning crimes like sports commentary. You think I haven't heard. Businessmen tanking companies over golf, and wives plotting divorces over wine? Same energy. Different stakes. If they're planning a move, it'll leak. Jace nodded slowly. The staff elevator on the west wing of the Riverside Hotel dumps out right by the service corridor near the very important person lounge. Guys use that door all the time when they don't want to be seen. She could run that corridor. You're not helping, Torin told him. You pay me to say the things you don't want to hear, Jace said. You pay other people to lie. He wasn't wrong. If you've ever been the least powerful person in the room, but the only one actually paying attention, you know exactly what I was offering. Drop a comment if you've ever used invisibility as your superpower, because that's what this was. Turning what they thought made me harmless into the thing that made me dangerous. I looked back at Torin. You said you're done with bodies? I said. Prove it. Let this be about more than keeping your crown. Let it be about making sure nobody else's neighbor ends up on a group chat as an easy mark. He went very still. I hate that you make this sound like a moral argument, he muttered. That's because it is one, I said. He stared at the wall for a long moment, jaw clenched, then finally turned to Jace. How fast can we get her on the schedule at Riverside? He asked. Jace blinked. You're actually... how fast? Torin repeated. Today, Jace said. Housekeeping manager owes me a favor. I call. She's agency fill-in by afternoon. And security? Torin asked. I want her face flagged on the inside systems as VIP staff. Anyone tries to pull her into a back room, it pings me. Jace nodded. I can make that happen. Torin looked back at me. This is insanity, he said. But it's the only move we have that doesn't end with you spending the rest of your life in witness protection, eating cold casseroles in Nebraska. I don't like casseroles, I said. Exactly, he said. He stepped closer. There are going to be rules, he said. You don't improvise. You don't confront anyone. You don't follow anybody down a dark hallway because you think you heard something useful. You keep your head down, your ears open, and if you feel even a little bit off, you walk. Do you understand? Yes, I said. I'm serious, Khalees, he said. You get 1 second of bad gut feeling. You leave. I don't care if you're in the middle of a confession that would make a prosecutor dance. Understood, I said. He stared at me, searching for a crack in my resolve. He didn't find one. Fine, he said finally, but you stay connected. Jace will shadow you from the street. I'll be a call away. You don't disappear on me. I almost said, funny. That's what your enemies want too. Instead, I just nodded. Twice that morning, I almost backed out. Once, while I changed into a generic housekeeping uniform in the Riverside staff locker room. And once, when I pinned my new name tag on, Kayla. It read, close enough. The housekeeping manager barely glanced at me after Jace's recommendation call. She shoved a cart my way, rattled off floor assignments, and told me not to bother the guests unless they asked first. They tip better if you're invisible, she said, without a hint of irony. I pushed the cart into the staff elevator and hit the button for the 11th floor. My heart pounded against my ribs like it wanted to escape. The doors opened to a plush hallway with thick carpets and art that looked like it cost more than my student loans. Rooms lined both sides, gold numbers gleaming. I started with 1103. Knock. Call housekeeping. Wait. No answer. Swipe the key. Step in. The room smelled like cologne and room spray. The bed was a mess. Someone's half-finished drink sat on the nightstand. A suit jacket hung on the back of a chair. I moved through the space with practiced efficiency, even though my nerves were shot. Strip the bed. Empty the trash. Wipe the bathroom. Counter. All the while, ears tuned for voices in the hall. Doors opening and closing. Footsteps that lingered a little too long. It was almost funny. The same movements I'd done for years to keep myself alive were now the thing putting me in the crosshairs. Halfway through the floor, I heard them. Male voices, low and cocky, coming from a room I hadn't reached yet. Telling you, he's slipping, one of them said, talking about no more bodies, like he's a priest. He's lucky they didn't take him out last year, another replied. This time, nobody's going to cry over it. Sabria's got a better head for the game. I pushed my cart slower, moving past their door like I was just another pair of hands on a vacuum. The Do Not Disturb sign hung crooked on the handle. I kept going. If there's one thing you learn early in my line of work, it's this. Curiosity gets you fired. Or worse. The urge to press your ear to every door is strong. The need to survive is stronger. I finished my floor, then caught the staff elevator down to 8, where the housekeeping manager had added 3 very important person rooms to my list. Be careful with that one, she'd said, tapping 803 on the clipboard. High roller. Likes his privacy. Don't we all? I'd said. Now, Standing in front of 803, I took a breath and knocked. "Housekeeping," I called. Silence. "Housekeeping," I repeated. A little louder. Still. Nothing. I tried the handle. Locked. I swiped the master key. The light flicked green. The room inside was empty. Not just of people, of personality. No clothes. No luggage. The bed was made, tucked in crisp. The bathroom was spotless. It looked like the kind of staged room they put in brochures. But the "Do Not Disturb" sign had been on the door. I frowned, stepped further in. That's when I saw it. On the bed, dead center on the white duvet, lay a phone. Black, burner style, no case. It buzzed once, screen lighting up. I froze. You ever see something and know, instantly, it's the hook in the mouth of a trap? That's what this felt like. Every survival instinct I had screamed at me to back out, shut the door, pretend I'd never seen it. I stepped closer. Anyway, the text preview flashed on the screen. "You see the Maid girl yet? Loosen. Wants proof." My throat closed. The phone buzzed again. Another message slid up. "She's in the building. Don't miss this paycheck." Someone walked past the door in the hallway outside, their cart squeaking. I stood there, the phone vibrating on the bed like a live grenade, my heart punching against my 80 ribs, knowing, absolutely knowing, that whoever had sent those texts was somewhere in this hotel, maybe on this floor, maybe steps away. I reached for the phone with a hand that wouldn't stop shaking. And just as my fingers brushed the case, the door handle behind me clicked. The door handle clicked. I didn't think. I dove. The bathroom was 3 steps away. I took them in 2, grabbed the edge of the door, and swung it almost shut, leaving it open an inch. The kind of crack no one notices, unless they're looking for it. The room door opened. Footsteps. 2 sets. "Where is he?" A man's voice grumbled. Said he'd be in here. "He's downstairs," another voice replied, talking to the woman about the ballroom layout. "We're early," the first man snorted. "Since when are we early? For anything?" "Since there's 10 grand on the line," the second said. They were close enough that I could smell their cologne. Sharp, expensive, like they were trying a little too hard. I pressed myself against the cool tile, one hand clamped over my mouth, the other still hovering near the phone I'd picked up and shoved, on instinct, into my apron pocket when I ran. If you're listening to this thinking, I would have just walked out like I belonged there. Congrats on your confidence. Some of us know exactly how fast we'd get shot trying that. Sometimes survival looks like crouching on bathroom tile, counting heartbeats between someone else's footsteps. "You sure it's even her?" the first man asked. "Could just be some random cleaner. Lucen doesn't pay that kind of money for random," the second said. "You saw the shot?" "Same as me. Tiny, hair up, moves fast. Word is, she pulled the Dawn into a staff hallway before the shooters could finish the job." "That's not random. That's a problem." My stomach clenched. "She really worth more than some of the guys on our payroll," the first guy said, incredulous. She's worth whatever her death keeps from leaking, the second replied. Loose ends talk. Lucen hates talking. They laughed. I didn't. The second man's voice got closer to the bathroom door. I held my breath. She was supposed to take this room, he said. Housekeeping schedule said so. Kayla, you think that's coincidence? Something rustled. Sheets? A hand brushing the bed. She'll be here, the first one said. Sooner, if we mess it up enough. They started tearing the room apart. Drawers slammed. The closet door banged. A lamp scraped across the nightstand. Oh, yeah, the first guy said. She's going to love this. The boss wants proof, the second reminded him. No body, no money. And if we get the body, the first asked. Take a picture. Leave the rest, the second said. We're not cleaners. My skin crawled. I slipped my phone out of my pocket with trembling fingers, praying the screen brightness was down. It was. I hit record on the voice memo app and slid it back into my apron, the red timer ticking blind. The door handle to the bathroom jiggled. I swallowed hard, every muscle going rigid. Anything in there? The first voice called. Just towels and a tub. The second said, relax. She's not teleporting in through the sink. The handle stopped moving. I exhaled, silently. If she doesn't show by noon, we check the other floors, the second man said. Lucen's got guys watching the lobby. She won't leave without someone seeing. What if the boss is wrong, and she's not dumb enough to come here? The first asked. Then she's still on the street somewhere, the second said. Somebody'll find her. Money like that makes people creative. They kept talking, drifting back toward the door. Think he'll really do it? The first asked. Take the big chair. Sabria's already measuring the drapes, the second said. Once he's gone. She just has to sit in the right room. Cold, the first muttered. Dude built this whole thing. People build their own replacements all the time, the second said. That's the game. The door opened, closed. Silence. I waited. 30 seconds. 60. Another 30. Because I wasn't about to be the idiot who stepped out early. Then, finally, I eased the bathroom door open, inch by inch. The room was empty. The bed looked like a storm had hit it. Pillows on the floor, sheets twisted, drawers half open. Someone had knocked over the lamp and not bothered to pick it up. I saw my cleaning cart still in the hall, blocking half the doorway like a neon sign for staff is in here. Subtle, I whispered. My legs felt like rubber. I walked over to the bed and grabbed the burner phone I'd abandoned. It was dark now. No new messages. I glanced at the door, then at my apron, where my personal phone was recording my own impending heart attack. I killed the recording and saved it, winding the cable around my nerves as tight as I could. Then I did the only thing that kept me from falling apart. I cleaned. I remade the bed, straightened the lamp, closed the drawers. Room back to neutral. No sign that anyone had been crouching in the bathroom listening to murder plans. On the way out, I paused. Housekeeping hadn't been in this room before me. It was a decoy, a baited hook. which meant someone had gone to the trouble of leaving that burner phone on the bed, in a clean room, on a day my name was on the schedule. They were expecting me, but they didn't know they'd already had me within arm's reach and missed. The hallway outside was quiet. I pushed my cart to the elevator, eyes straight ahead. I did not run. Running gets you noticed. Downstairs, in the staff locker room, I shoved the burner phone into my bag, changed, back into my own clothes, and clocked out with a smile that probably looked deranged. "You done already?" the housekeeping manager asked, barely looking up from her screen. "Rooms were easier than expected," I said. "Do you need anything else before I go?" She waved her hand. "We're good. You can come back tomorrow if you want extra hours." My laugh sounded more like a cough. "We'll see." Outside, the cold air slapped my face. I walked 2 blocks like a normal person, then cut down a side street and ducked into a recessed doorway. "Okay," I said, pulling my phone out. "Showtime." I typed one word to the number Torin had given me. "Done." The reply came almost instantly. Side door. Silver sedan. Don't look back. I did exactly what he said. Walked to the side entrance. Pulled the handle on the silver sedan like it was just another rideshare, and slid into the back. Torin sat in the front passenger seat, shoulders tight, fingers tapping go, a rhythm on his knee he probably didn't realize he was doing. Jace was driving again, expression neutral. "Tell me you got something," Torin said, without turning around. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. "Oh, I got something," I said. "I also almost got murdered in an empty room, but that's apparently the theme of the week." I pulled the burner phone out of my bag and held it up. "Recognize this?" I asked. Torin's jaw tightened. "Lucen's people use that model," he said. "Yeah," I said. "They left it on a Maid bed like a party favor. Texts and all." I opened the voice memo app and hit play. The car filled with their voices. We listened to them talk about the bounty, the 10 grand, the way they said my description like they were reading it off a menu. We listened to them name Sabria. We listened to them describe the gala hit like it was already done. By the time the recording ended, Jace's knuckles were white on the steering wheel. Torin's eyes were closed. "That enough for you?" I asked quietly. "Because I'm tapped out on bravery for the day." He exhaled slowly, as if he was letting go of more than just air. "It's enough to prove Lucen's moving without my authorization," he said. "Enough to tie Sabria to it. Enough to show the hit at the gala isn't rumor. Enough to take to the police?" I asked. His eyes opened, met mine in the rearview mirror. "Not yet," he said. "Right now, it's hearsay and grainy audio. They'll use it to justify watching me harder, not protecting you. So, what do we do?" I asked. "Next step," he said. "We make sure this gala doesn't happen the way they want it to." I raised my eyebrows. "You cancel it," I said. "Problem solved?" He shook his head. "Can't," he said. "Too many eyes. Too many expectations. If I cancel, they'll say I got spooked. Sabria will step in, smiling, and host it in my place. The hit will just move locations. So you go, I said slowly, to an event where you know people are planning to kill you. On purpose? Yes, he said. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard, I said. And I dated a man who thought buying a motorcycle in winter was a good investment. Jace snorted quietly. Torin twisted in his seat to face me more fully. I don't have the luxury of disappearing quietly, he said. If I walk away without giving anyone a reason, the men who followed me this far will think I'm weak. They'll follow the next loudest voice. Right now, that voice belongs to someone who sees your neighbor as a bargaining chip. You're not doing this because of my neighbor, I said. You're doing it because your ego won't let you slink off. He accepted that without flinching. Both can be true, he said, but the outcome is the same. The only way to stop this from turning into a long, ugly war is to end it loud, fast, and public. Somewhere. We can control the narrative. You mean cameras? I said. People. Witnesses. Exactly, he said. I leaned back against the seat. If you're still watching this, and yelling at the screen that you'd just leave town, I'd tell my viewers later. I get it. Running sounds smart. Until you realize you'd spend the rest of your life looking over your shoulder, waiting for footsteps behind you. So what's my part in this? I asked. Because I'm guessing you didn't risk my life at your hotel just to have me sit home during the main event. You won't be home, he said. Then where? I asked. At the gala, he said. I stared at him. You've lost your mind, I said. He almost smiled. Probably you want me to walk into a room full of people who want me dead, I said. And what? Serve appetizers? Staff are invisible, he said. You proved that today. You'll have access to rooms and hallways I don't, to conversations I won't hear. If they see me and connect the dots, I won't be invisible, I said. I'll be a walking paycheck. That's why you won't be alone, he said. And why the police will be closer than anyone expects. It took me a second to process that. You're going to them, I said slowly. To the police? To one of them, he said. Someone who's been circling my world for years, trying to find a crack. You're not the only person who's been taking notes. And you trust him? I asked. No, he said. But I trust that he wants what I'm about to offer more than he wants to see me dead on a sidewalk. Which is, I asked. He held my gaze. The keys to everything, he said. Accounts, names, routes. The parts of the city that bleed money and never show it. I give him that. He gives you and Mava a shield, big enough that anyone who touches you does it in front of a camera. Silence filled the car. You really think they'll protect me? I asked quietly. Protect her? I think they'll protect their case, he said. And you'll be at the center of it. People like that don't let their star witnesses get shot if they can help it. It makes them look bad. On the news. It was a cold comfort, but it was more than I'd ever had. Who is this cop? I asked. Detective Anders, he said. You've probably seen him in your neighborhood. Tall, tired, Looks like he hates his job and loves it at the same time. My stomach flipped. I knew that name. He was the one who'd stopped me once, when I was walking home late, just to ask if I'd seen a black sedan circling the block. The one who'd told me, if anyone ever tries to pull you into something you didn't sign up for, you call me, as he slid his card into my palm. You know him, Torin said softly, reading my face. He gave me his number months ago, I said. I thought he was just trying to pad out some witness list. He was, Torin said. He's been trying to get close to my world any way he can. I've been ignoring him. You haven't? He doesn't know that, I said. He will, Torin replied. We drove in silence for a minute. Why now? I asked. Why not 10 years ago? Why not after the second time someone tried to shoot you? Because you weren't in the middle of it 10 years ago, he said simply. I didn't have a good answer for that. When we got back to the safe apartment, I felt wrung out. My body wanted a shower. My nerves wanted a drink. My brain wanted an off switch. I got none of those. Instead, I got plans, maps unfolded on the coffee table, seating charts, security layouts. Torin and Jace went over every inch of that gala space with me, pointing out entrances, blind spots, where the staff would move. You'll run this corridor, Jace said, tapping a spot near the very important person lounge. Drinks and plates come through here. Guests wander in when they think nobody's watching. You'll keep your head down and your ears open. And if I see Lucen, I asked. You turn around, Torin said. You don't play brave. You don't try to get closer. You leave. And Sabria, I asked. Same, he said. I'll handle them. He said it like a promise and a threat at the same time. By the time evening rolled in, my eyes were grainy. Torin finally called a break. Eat something, he said, then sleep. Tomorrow, we talk to Anders. You really think he'll meet with you? I asked. Outside a police station, without backup, without recording everything? I'm counting on him recording everything, he said. It'll save us time later. I ate because my body insisted on it, not because I could taste anything. When the apartment finally quieted, I stood by the window, city lights flickering in the distance. My reflection looked strange, like someone halfway between what I'd been and whatever I was turning into. You ever think about just leaving? I asked quietly, not turning around. New name. New city. New life. Every day, Torin said. I heard him step closer. And, I asked, and every day, I remember that the people chasing me have long arms, he said. I can change my name. They can change airplanes. He stopped beside me. We stood shoulder to shoulder, separated by 3 inches of air and a whole lot of history that hadn't happened yet. I'm sorry, he said suddenly. I blinked. For what? I asked. For all of it, he said. For tonight. For the fact that you know words you shouldn't have to. For the look on your face when you heard them talking about Mava, like she was a pawn. My throat tightened. Sorry doesn't fix it, I said. I know, he said. If it helped, I'd have said it years ago. I looked at him. He was watching the city, not me, his profile outlined by the faint glow from the street. Why are you really doing this? I asked. The whole blowing up your own empire thing. Don't give me the noble speech, because I'm tired, he said. And because the men who'll take my place, if I just walk away, will be worse than me. That's not exactly a high bar, I said. He huffed, a humorless breath. True, he said, but it's the only one I've got. I turned back to the window. The city looked so normal from up here. Tiny cars, tiny people, tiny problems. If only. His hand brushed mine. I didn't move. He hesitated. Then, slowly, he threaded his fingers through mine. No demand, no pressure, just warmth, and a question his mouth hadn't asked yet. I could have pulled away. Some part of me knew I should. He was danger and regret wrapped in expensive fabric. But there, in that small apartment that wasn't really his home and never would be, with the world outside, sharpening its knives, his hand felt steady. I tightened my fingers around his, just a little. You know this is a bad idea, I said quietly. Which part? He asked. The plan or this? Both, I said. Probably, he agreed. I turned to face him. He was closer than I realized. His eyes dropped to my mouth, then came back up to my face, searching. I won't pretend this isn't selfish, he said. Wanting this. Wanting you. Tonight of all nights. At least you're honest about it, I said. His thumb brushed over the back of my hand. If you tell me to stop, I will, he said. No questions. No arguments. And if I don't? I asked. His voice dropped. Then, I kiss you, he said. And we both pretend the world outside that door doesn't exist for a little while. I thought about Mava, about Lucen, about Sabria, about the $10,000 attached to my existence. And then I thought about how my heart had raced when he'd almost kissed me earlier, and how it was racing now for completely different reasons. Just tonight, I said. He drew in a breath. Just tonight, he echoed. He lifted our joined hands, letting them rest lightly against his chest. Then he leaned in. The first brush of his mouth was careful, like he was tasting permission as much as anything else. Warm, soft, not at all like the hard, desperate kisses I'd seen men like him trade in dim hallways. He kissed me, like we had time, like he'd thought about this, longer than he'd ever admit. I answered like I'd been trying not to think about it at all. My free hand slid up, curling into the fabric at his shoulder. His other hand found my waist, fingers splaying against the small of my back, drawing me closer in small increments instead of a yank. The city disappeared. It was just us, and the quiet hum of the fridge, and the ridiculous microwave clock, blinking 2:07, like it was keeping score. We broke apart eventually, breaths shallow, foreheads resting together. This doesn't make you safe, he murmured. I know, I said. This doesn't make me good, he added. I know that too, I said. It just made us human. For the first time, since the shots shattered his living room window, I felt something that wasn't fear or fury. I felt anchored, even if it was temporary. We stood there for a long moment, wrapped in a bubble we both knew couldn't last. Then, slowly, we let go. Sleep, he said, voice rough. Tomorrow, we go ask the law to dance. Romantic, I muttered. You started it, he said. I went back to the bedroom, heart still thumping a staccato rhythm against my ribs. I didn't sleep much, but for a few hours, when I finally drifted off, the image in my mind wasn't a gun barrel or a broken window. It was his hand around mine, and somewhere in the middle of that mess, I almost believed we might both live long enough to regret that kiss. Almost. Detective Anders met us in the least dramatic place possible. A diner. The kind with sticky menus, chipped mugs, and a waitress who called everybody honorable whether they deserved it or not. Torrin slid into the booth across from him like they were old friends instead of natural enemies. I took the seat beside Torrin, my back to the wall so I could see the door. Jace sat at the counter, close enough to move, far enough to pretend he didn't know us. Anders looked exactly like I remembered from my block. Tired, rumpled, and too observant for anyone's comfort. His badge was clipped to his belt, his service weapon under his jacket. He didn't bother hiding either. You know I should arrest you on sight, he told Torrin, stirring creamer into his coffee. You could try, Torrin said. You'd die. But points for effort. Charming, Anders said. His eyes flicked to me. And you, he said. You were supposed to call me months ago. I like to wait until the stakes are life or death, I said. He huffed something that almost sounded like a laugh. You dragged a civilian into this, he said to Torrin. That's new. Even for you. I didn't drag her, Torrin said. She shoved me down a hallway and then fell into my life. Cute, Anders said. You practicing that line for the jury? The waitress came by, poured coffee in front of me without asking. You look like you need it, she said, then wandered off. She wasn't wrong. Anders watched me wrap my hands around the mug, like I was trying to borrow its heat. So, he said, you text me from a burner, ask for 10 minutes of my life, and walk in with the man I've been trying to put in a courtroom since I made detective. This better be good. It's not good, I said. It's ugly. But it's useful. I slid my phone across the table, screen open on the voice memo app. Start with this, I said. He put on wired headphones, like he was allergic to Bluetooth, and hit play. We sat there, drinking bad coffee, while he listened to men talk about $10,000 like it was a coupon, my description like I was a menu item, and Torrin like he was a problem to be solved. His jaw worked as the recording went on. When it ended, he took the headphones out slowly and set the phone down. You got this? Where? He asked. Riverside Hotel, I said. Room 803. They left a burner on the bed, in an empty room with my fake name on the schedule. For me, you have the phone? He asked. I slid it across the table, too. He turned it over in his palm, thumb brushing the cheap plastic. And you? he said, looking at Torin. Let her walk into that alone. Jace was outside, Torin said. That's not what I asked, Anders replied. I jumped in before Torin could start a pissing match. I walked into it, I said, because your people haven't been in those hallways in years. Because you've been circling the outside while men like him. I jerked my chin at Torin, built tunnels under your feet. Anders' gaze snapped to mine. You angry? He asked. Yes, I said. You, always, he said. He leaned back. All right, he said. Let's pretend, for the sake of argument, that I don't snap cuffs on him right now. Tell me why I shouldn't, because if you arrest him quietly, they win loudly, I said. His people take it as a sign to scramble. Evidence disappears. Bodies disappear. I disappear. Meanwhile, you get to stand on TV and brag about a single arrest while the actual network moves 2 steps deeper underground. He watched me. Eyes narrowed. You talk like someone who's been listening longer than a day, he said. I clean houses for a living, I said. You learn to listen without being seen. If you want to keep being invited back, if you're feeling this story in your chest right now, I'd tell my viewers later, go ahead and hit like. Because this is the part where the girl with the mop tells the man with the badge exactly how his job looks from the bottom floor. Anders folded his hands. What are you offering? He asked. Exactly. No speeches. No metaphors. Torin spoke then. Voice. Flat. Everything. He said. Define everything. Anders said. Accounts. Front companies. Names you only hear in rumors, Torin said. Routes. Drop spots. Judges on the take. The list you've been trying to piece together with scraps, I hand it to you bound. You expect immunity, Anders said. No, Torin said. That made Anders blink. You don't? He asked. I expect to answer for what I've done, Torin said. But I expect something in return. There it is, Anders said. What's the price tag? Her, Torin said, nodding at me, and the woman in her building. You put them under protection that actually works. Not a number on a file. Faces you'd be embarrassed to lose. Anders looked at me again, his gaze softer than it had been with Torin. You know what he's talking about? He asked. Yes, I said. Testimony. Headlines. Having my face on the news as the girl who helped bring down a businessman. Your bosses have dinner with sometimes. That's cute, he said. You think my bosses eat dinner with his bosses? They drink with the same money, I said. They just pretend it's cleaner when it comes in a suit. He didn't deny it. You're willing to testify? He asked me. In court. On camera. Against men who know where your neighbor lives. If the trade is my silence for their safety, I'm done staying quiet, I said. I've been invisible my whole life. Didn't stop bullets from finding my block. Might as well make some noise. His mouth pressed into a line. You realize, he said carefully, that once we start this, there's no never mind. It's not just you and your neighbor. It's your cousins, your Keo, workers, every person who ever shared a bus, stop with you. Is that supposed to scare me into backing out? I asked. It's supposed to tell you the truth, he said. I laughed. Short and humorless. I had a gun pointed at my chest in a laundry chute 2 nights ago, I said. Truth is overdue. He sighed, turned to Torin. And you, he said. You really ready to burn your own house down? It's already on fire, Torin said. I'm just deciding. Who gets singed? Silence hung between us. Anders looked like a man standing at a crossroads he'd pictured in his head 100 times, but never actually expected to find. If we do this, he said slowly, I'm not your friend. I'm not your bodyguard. I'm not your priest. I'm the man who will put handcuffs on you in front of every camera in that ballroom if you try to play both sides. Deal, Torin said. I wasn't talking to you, Anders said. He looked at me. If he even smells like he's spinning this to his advantage more than yours, he said, you call me first. Before him, before anybody. My phone already has your number, I said. I just never had a reason to use it. You've got about 10,000, he said, plus interest. He leaned forward, elbows on the table. The gala, he said. They're planning to hit you there. Confirmed? Planning to hit him and frame us, I said. Make it look like he tried to burn witnesses. His eyes sharpened. Us. He repeated. I'll be staff, I said. Invisible. Remember. He shook his head slowly. You two are lunatics, he said. You know that? Lunatics don't usually bring you evidence, I said. He snorted. Galas. In 3 nights, he said. That's not a lot of time. What can you do in 3 nights? Torin asked. He rubbed his temples. I can get undercover units in as catering, security, maybe a photographer or 2, he said. I can set up outside coverage vans, the whole circus. What I can't do is promise nobody's going to bleed. I already know that, I said. He gave me a long, measured look. You walk into that ballroom. You're bait, he said. I don't care how you dress it up. You're the piece that makes everyone move. The question is whether we're the ones who catch them when they run. If we don't go, Lucen still makes a move, I said. On Torin. On me. On people who don't even know they're in the story. At least this way someone's watching. Anders rubbed a hand over his face. You're going to ruin my week, he muttered. Maybe my life. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a card. Not the flimsy printed one he'd slipped me months ago. A heavier one. He slid it across the table. My direct line, he said. No dispatch. It rings on my desk and my nightstand. You breathe wrong. You call me. I took it. His fingers brushed mine. Last chance. To walk away, he said. I made that choice when I grabbed his arm at the top of the stairs, I said, nodding at Torin. I'm just following through. He sat back. Fine, he said. We do it your way. But understand something. Both of you. The law isn't a clean place either. There are people who will be very happy to see him fall, and less happy to hear how many of their friends were at his table. You saying your side might leak? Torin asked. I'm saying, Anders replied, There are people in my building who'd love to be the first to tip off someone like Lucen for a cut. So you don't tell anyone else about this meeting. You don't say my name to your people. You don't say yours to mine, except in my reports. We keep this triangle as small as possible. He drew an invisible outline in the air with his finger. Him, he said, pointing at Torin. You, he pointed at me. And me. Everyone else is a maybe. He pushed the burner phone and my cell back toward me. I'll get this cloned and analyzed, he said. But I want you holding the original. Harder for it to go missing. He stood. Pay your check, he told Torin. If I'm going to trust you with my case, you can at least tip well. He walked out without looking back. The bell over the diner door jingled, absurdly cheerful. I stared at the empty space he'd left. Well, I said, that went not terribly. You got him, Torin said. That's what matters. I didn't get anyone, I said. I just told the truth loud enough that he couldn't pretend not to hear. If you've ever had to drag the right person's attention onto a problem they didn't want to see, you know how exhausting that feels. Drop a comment if you've ever been the one saying, "No, listen, this is serious," while everyone else tried to change the subject. And if you're still here with me, make sure you're subscribed, because the closer we get to that gala, the sharper this story's going to cut. Back at the safe apartment, the air felt tighter. We weren't just hiding anymore. We were planning. I sank onto the couch, kicking my shoes off, watching Torin pace again. You okay? He asked, eventually. No, I said, but I'm committed. He huffed a breath. Half amusement, half something else. That's the most honest answer I've heard all week, he said. I leaned my head back. You, I asked. You just volunteered to hand over your life's work. In a diner? It was never a life's work, he said quietly. It was a survival strategy that got out of hand. I opened my eyes. He'd stopped pacing, was just standing there, watching me like he was trying to memorize what I looked like before everything exploded. You know you don't get to walk away clean, I said. Even if this works. I know, he said. And you still kissed me, I added. A corner of his mouth lifted. You still kissed me back, he said. I could have let that be a light moment. I didn't. What happens to us? I asked. If you end up inside, and I end up testifying against you on 6 different days? He didn't answer right away. He crossed the room instead, sat down beside me, close enough that our shoulders brushed. What do you want to happen? He asked. I want my neighbor to live long enough to complain about my life choices, I said. I want to be able to walk past a fancy house without wondering who's dying inside. I want to not flinch every time a car slows down near my block. That's not what I asked, he said softly. I looked at him. I want you to keep your promise, I said, that this is about more than your pride. That you're not going to change your mind halfway through because it hurts, and if I end up with a cell number instead of a street address? He asked. I swallowed. Then you call me, I said, if they let you. And if they don't, you'll still have done something that mattered, even if nobody sends you a thank you card. His hand found mine again. We were making a habit of that. This isn't fair to you, he said. Life hasn't been fair to me since I was old enough to read a shut-off notice, I said. At least this time. I'm picking the terms. He turned my hand over, thumb tracing the lines of my palm. His touch was lighter this time, more tentative, like he was afraid of asking for too much. You can say no, he said quietly, to all of this. To me. To the gala? I already said yes, I replied. And if I run now, I'll spend the rest of my life wondering who took the bullet meant for me. His fingers tightened, just a little. We sat there, in that small, stolen calm. The city humming outside, a detective somewhere drawing battle plans. Men like Lucen sharpening their knives and thinking they were the only ones with a strategy. It was almost easy to forget, for a moment, that we were building our little hope out of dynamite. Almost. The illusion shattered when Jace stepped in, his expression tighter than usual. They moved the date, he said. Torin's head snapped up. What? The gala, Jace said. Sabria just announced it's being bumped up. 2 nights instead of 3. Something about a scheduling conflict with key donors. He met my eyes. She's accelerating, he said. Whatever they're planning, it's coming faster than we thought. My heart lurched. 2 days, 48 hours, to turn a life built on secrets into a weapon for the truth. 48 hours to stay alive long enough to use it. Anders didn't know yet. Lucen did, and I was somewhere in the middle, holding a phone full of their voices and a hand that might not be there when the dust settled. We didn't get 48 hours. We barely got 36. By the time Anders called back, my body felt like it was made of old coffee and adrenaline. You weren't going to tell me, were you? He said, as soon as Torin picked up on speaker. Tell you what? Torin asked, though his eyes met mine, and we both knew. The gala, Anders said. Your people just blasted out new invitations. Due to high demand, he made quote marks with his voice. You're starting the party early. Either you really love champagne, or somebody's nervous. Somebody is nervous, I said. And it's not him. There was a pause. You in the room? Anders asked. Yes, I said. Good, he replied. Means I can yell at both of you at once. Do you have any idea what moving an operation up a day does to prep? Probably what moving a hit up a day does to them, Torin said. Everybody's scrambling. Chaos is good for us. Chaos gets people killed, Anders snapped. Last time I checked, the goal was fewer bodies, not more. If you don't want in, say so, Torin said calmly. We can do this without you. You can die without me, Anders corrected. You want that on her conscience? His anger wasn't loud. It was worse. Flat. Controlled. The way someone sounds when they've seen too many people bleed for stupid reasons. Can you still get people inside? I asked. He exhaled. I can put 2 undercover uniforms on perimeter and 3 bodies inside as staff, he said. 1 bartender, 1 security, 1 AV tech. That's it. Anything more. And my captain starts asking questions I can't answer without losing my badge. 3 is more than 0, I said. We've seen what 0 looks like. He muttered something I didn't catch. Probably about stubborn maids and suicidal mobsters. Fine, he said. Text me the updated floor plan and your exact schedules as soon as you have them. No, we'll wing it. No surprises. And Khalees? Yeah? I said. If I tell you to leave, you leave, he said. I don't care. If you're one sentence away from the confession of the century, you hear my voice in that room, and it says, "Get out." You move your feet. Understood. Understood, I said. This isn't noble, he added. It's stupid, with better lighting. Don't twist it in your head into some heroic thing so you can ignore your survival instincts. My throat tightened. You really know how to give a pep talk, I said. Stay mad, he replied. Angry people stay alive longer than martyrs. He hung up. The room was very quiet for a second. You realize all the reasonable people in this story think we're insane, I said. Reasonable people weren't on my floor when the window broke, Torrin replied. He scooped up the seating chart, eyes scanning. Ballroom entrance here, he said, tapping the top. Main bar here. Very important, person section elevated on this side. Lucen will want to be seen. Sabria will want to control the stage. Where will you be? I asked. In the middle, he said, where everyone can watch me die or talk. Depends how the night goes. He said it like a joke. It landed like a brick. Where do you want me? I asked. He looked up. Close enough to hear, he said. Far enough that if something starts, you've got a clear line out. He slid the chart over to me and traced a line with his finger. Here, he said. Staff corridor, by the AV booths. You'll run trays through there. It has 2 exits, one to the kitchen, one to the service driveway. If anything hits the fan, you drop the tray and take the driveway. Jace will be outside with a car. And if they spot me before I can run? I asked. His jaw tightened. Then Anders gets his headline early, he said, and I make sure nobody's left to collect the bounty. It was a messed up kind of comfort. We spent the rest of the day in that cramped apartment, turning diagrams into muscle memory. Guests will use these bathrooms, Jace said, tapping shaded areas. These corridors are for staff. Cameras cover the entrance, the stage, and the bar. Dead zones here, here, and here. Those are the spots Lucen will try to use, Torrin added. You stay out of them. Unless you don't have a choice. At some point, the sun went down and came back up again without me really noticing. The world shrank to lines on paper and the weight in my chest. By the time I stood in front of the mirror, zipping up the plain black catering dress they'd given me for the gala, my reflection looked like a stranger. Hair pinned back, face calm, eyes not matching. Hey, Torrin said softly from the doorway. You okay? No, I said, but my hands have stopped shaking. I'm counting that as progress. He stepped into the room, leaning against the doorframe. He was in a dark suit, tie sharp, shirt pressed. The kind of man who'd fit right in at a rich people party. If you didn't know half the guest list, owed him favors in blood. How do I look? I asked. forcing a crooked smile. Believable. You look like someone who's walked into too many rooms taking care of everybody else, he said. And like one wrong move will have me killing a dozen men on marble floors. That's not a bad backup plan, I said. He came closer, fixed a loose strand of hair that had escaped my clip. His fingers lingered near my jaw, a second longer than they needed to. You don't have to do this, he said quietly. You can change your mind. I'll find another way. No, you won't, I said. Not one that doesn't end with somebody's grandmother catching the stray, meant for you. His throat bobbed. Stubborn, he murmured, says the man trying to outmaneuver a whole criminal network with 3 allies and a seating chart. I shot back. He smiled. Just barely. I meant what I said, he added. If anything feels wrong, you leave. And if I tell you to run, you run. Even if it sounds like I'm cursing you, that going to be before or after you. Piss off half the room? I asked. Probably both, he said. He reached into his pocket and pulled out something small. A thin bracelet, black string, a tiny silver bead in the center. What's that? I asked. Tracker, he said. Jace rigged it. If I lose sight of you, I'll still see you on my phone. If Anders loses sight of both of us, he'll see 2 idiots heading toward the wrong door. You really know how to make a girl feel special, I said. He fastened it around my wrist, gently. His thumb brushed the inside of my arm, where my pulse beat a little too fast. I swallowed. Hey, he said softly. Look at me. I did. If this goes sideways, he said. If I end up on the floor, or in cuffs, or worse, don't you dare do anything heroic. You walk away from me. Do you understand? No, I said. Khalees. You walk away from you all the time, I said. From what you've done. From what you're capable of. That's how we got here. I'm not doing it. Not tonight. If I can help you live long enough to stand in a courtroom instead of lying in a box, I will. This isn't how happy endings are supposed to look, he said. Maybe we don't get supposed to anymore, I replied. Maybe we just get whatever we can grab that isn't covered in blood. For a second, the weight of all of it pressed down so hard I could barely breathe. Then he bent his head and kissed me. It wasn't desperate this time. It was slow, deliberate, a promise, and an apology, all in one. My hands found his lapels, fingers curling into the fabric. His palms slid to my waist, thumbs resting just under my ribs, pulling me closer. There was nothing frantic in it. No fumbling or hurry. Just 2 people stealing something soft in the middle of something sharp. When we broke apart, my forehead rested against his chest, his heartbeat thudding under my cheek. You smell like starch and bad decisions, I murmured. You smell like lemon cleaner and courage, he said. If you're still listening, and your heart's beating faster too, breathe with me for a second. I'd tell my viewers here. In and out. Because the next part, it's where everything we've been building either pays off or breaks. The drive to the hotel felt like riding in a bubble. Outside, the city hummed like any other night. Inside, there was too much air and not enough oxygen. Jace dropped us off a block away from the hotel entrance. Staff goes in through the loading dock. He reminded me. You're on the list. Anders said his undercover guy will be near the kitchen wearing a black cap. Name tag says Ray. If anything goes wrong before showtime, you find him. And after showtime? I asked. He didn't answer because we all knew after showtime there might not be room for careful plans. Torin walked with me until the corner, then stopped. This is where we split, he said. Rich people entrance for you, I said. Back door for me. Seems fitting, he replied. We stood there, just out of the glow of the hotel lights, for a heartbeat. Last chance to run, he said. Stop trying to give me exits you won't take, I replied. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. See you inside, sunshine, he said. Bring your own bullets, I shot back. He shook his head, almost fond, then turned and walked toward the front entrance. Posture, snapping into the smooth, cold confidence of the man everyone thought they knew. I watched him go for 1 second longer than I meant to. Then I turned and headed down the ramp to the loading dock. Staff buzzed around like bees. Caterers hauling trays, sound techs wheeling cases, hotel managers barking orders into headsets. Nobody looked twice at me. Perfect. I checked in with the catering lead, grabbed my tray assignments, and then slipped into the rhythm my body knew. Carry, serve, clear, repeat. The ballroom was a glitter bomb. Crystal, chandeliers, white flowers, men in tuxes, and women in dresses that cost more than my annual rent. Torin was in his element, moving through the crowd with the same dangerous grace he'd used behind the column in his living room. Only now, the weapon was his smile. I circled the room with champagne flutes, eyes skimming faces. Lucen was impossible to miss. Broad, loud, laughter too big for the space. A woman on his arm who looked bored and hungry at the same time. Sabria was something else entirely. Elegant, controlled. She stood near the stage, wearing a dress that said old money and a face that said, never forget who owns you. People approached her in small, careful waves, like she was an altar. Every time I passed the very important person area, I felt their eyes like pricks on my skin. I kept my head down. Near the bar, a man in a bartender's vest caught my eye for half a second and dipped his head. Anders' guy. Closer to the AV booths, a security guard scanned the room like he actually cared. Another undercover. Above us, near the balcony, I spotted a man with a camera too nice for a regular press photographer. His stance was too rigid. His eyes too sharp. Third cop. We were all in the same terrible play, hitting our marks. Halfway through the night, Sabria stepped up to the stage and tapped the microphone. Friends, she said, voice carrying easily over the low murmur. If I could have your attention. The room quieted. I shifted toward the staff corridor, tray light in my hands. This was it. Tonight, she said, we celebrate not just business, but loyalty, years of work, of trust, of family. Her eyes flicked toward Torin for a fraction of a second. If you didn't know what you were looking for, you'd think it was affection. I knew better. I'd like to invite the man who built this house to the stage, she continued. so he can say a few words about the future? There it was, the knife, in the velvet. The future, Torin had told me earlier, is the word they use when they're about to erase your past. He set down his drink, handed it to a passing server, and walked toward the stage. Every step looked calm, measured, bulletproof. My heart hammered. Lucen's hand slid into his jacket in a movement that would have looked like nothing to anyone who hadn't spent the last 3 days wondering which beat of the music would turn into a gunshot. I shifted my tray. My fingers brushed the bracelet at my wrist. The tiny bead was warm from my skin. Somewhere in that room, a detective's hand probably tightened around the grip of his weapon. Somewhere else, a man who thought he held all the strings was about to find out what quiet justice looks like when it stops being quiet. For half a second, nothing moved. Torin stood under the lights, the mic in his hand, the room glittering around him, like nothing ugly had ever happened inside these walls. Then my eyes caught it again. Lucen. His chair scraped. His hand slid into his jacket, fingers curling around something that definitely wasn't a pen. I shifted my tray, just as his gaze cut toward the stage, measuring the distance, calculating. Torin's voice slid into the tension, like a knife. Before I say anything else, he said, I want to thank everyone for showing up tonight. His tone was smooth, but I could hear the steel underneath. It takes courage to keep doing business, he went on, when the ground under your feet is cracking, when alliances shift, when you start wondering if the person at your table is bringing an opportunity or a bullet. A nervous ripple went around the room. Lucen's fingers tightened. He was waiting for the right beat. Laughter, distraction, something to cover the sound of a gunshot. Torin didn't give it to him. You came because you trust this house, he said. You trust me. You trust that I can keep your secrets and your money safe. For years that was true. His eyes swept the crowd. Once. Sharp. Tonight, he said. It's not. That knocked the air out of the room. No one laughed. No one moved. If you're still watching this, this is your reminder to breathe. In and out. Because this is the exact second where a lot of powerful people realized they weren't just at a gala. They were on the edge of a cliff. If you felt your stomach drop too, hit like, so I know you're right here with me. Torin didn't look at Lucen. Didn't have to. I've got men working for me, he said, who decided I got soft, that I forgot where we started. They thought I wouldn't notice when the work shifted from necessary to sport. When people like my neighbors, his voice dipped, became practice targets, my throat clenched. He had just told a room full of millionaires that the bullets in my hallway mattered more to him than their comfort. Lucen pushed his chair back. Slow. You're rambling, boss, he called, voice thick with contempt. These people didn't pay for therapy. They came to drink a few weak laughs. Sabria's smile didn't move, but her eyes snapped toward him. Sit down, she hissed. He ignored her. Funny thing about men like that, Torin said calmly. They think I won't say their names. He lifted his chin. Lucen. The word hit the room like a slap. Lucen's hand jerked inside his jacket. I saw the metal flash as he cleared leather. I didn't even think. Gun, I yelled, voice cracking across the marble like I'd broken glass myself. Everything happened at once. Lucen brought his arm up toward the stage. Anders lunged from the side of the room, gun already drawn. Drop it, he barked. The first shot went wide. Lucen's, ripping into the chandelier above Torin, showering the stage in crystals and dust. People screamed. The second shot took Lucen in the shoulder, spinning him halfway out of his chair. He hit the floor hard, gun skidding out of his hand. The room exploded into chaos. Heels slipping on polished tile, chairs toppling, men dragging their wives toward exits that suddenly seemed too small. My tray crashed to the ground, glasses shattering around my ankles. I ducked behind a column, heart punching my ribs. Everybody down. Uniformed officers shouted, finally visible now as they broke from the edges of the room. Sabria didn't scream. She stood very still at the edge of the stage, hands visible. Her eyes, though, her eyes were molten. Anders swung his aim from Lucen to the stage. Don't move, he snapped. I'm not moving, Sabria said, voice as smooth as glass. Torin slowly set the mic down on the podium and raised his hands, palms out. I invited him, he said to Anders. You got your show. Keep him alive, if you can. Lucen groaned on the floor, blood spreading across his jacket. 1 more millimeter, and that bullet goes through your neck, Anders told him flatly, boot pinning the gun out of reach. Congrats on your life choices. Get off me, Lucen spat. You have no idea. I have recordings, Anders cut in. You talk a lot. When you think nobody's listening, that shut him up. Security, half the hotels, half Anders, fanned out. Stay down, ma'am. Sir, drop the glass. Move away from the exit, please. Everyone suddenly remembered how fragile reputation is when there's blood on the floor. I crawled behind the column until I was near the edge of the staff corridor, then slipped through while people were still screaming. The staff hallway was a narrow blur of motion. Caterers crying, bartenders swearing, a dishwasher trying not to hyperventilate. I pressed my back to the wall, sucked in a breath. Okay. Alive. Not shot. Yet. Khalees. The voice came from the ballroom side. Torin. I stepped back to the doorway. He had 1 officer in front of him, 2 flanking, but his eyes were on me. You good? He called. No, I croaked. Still here, though. Anders glanced between us. This her? He asked. Yeah, Torin said. Anders jerked his head at me. Don't move. You're under my protection now. Whether you like it or not, I almost laughed. That's the best terrible sentence I've heard today, I muttered. If you've ever been in a moment where everything's loud and you feel like you're underwater, you know exactly what my head felt like. Drop underwater in the comments if you've had that sensory shock before, just so the next person scrolling knows they're not the only one. Time blurred. Lucen was cuffed and hauled out on a stretcher, still swearing. Guests were funneled into side rooms for statements. Sabria stayed on that stage, like it was a throne she refused to step down from. And you, Anders said eventually, turning to her. You're going to come with us. She arched a brow. On what grounds? She asked. Your officer overreacted to a drunk man with terrible impulse control. Tragic, but hardly my fault. You're right, Anders said. You didn't pull the trigger. He nodded toward the speakers mounted around the room. But you're going to love what you sound like on playback. For the first time, I saw a crack in her mask. Just a hairline fracture. But enough. You think you're the first detective to threaten me with vague recordings? She said. My lawyers will enjoy this. Your lawyers can listen from the holding cell, he replied. Let's go, he signaled. And 2 officers stepped toward her. She didn't fight. Of course, she didn't. Women like Sabria don't make scenes. They make moves. As she walked past, her eyes flicked toward me in the staff corridor. She took me in. Plain dress, flats, hair pinned back, bracelet on my wrist. Congratulations, she said quietly. Just loud enough for me to hear. You got upgraded from invisible to inconvenient. That never ends well for people like you. You're right, I said. People like me usually end up cleaning up the mess someone like you made. I met her gaze. Steady. I'm done cleaning, I said. Her smile didn't reach her eyes. We'll see, she murmured. Then she was gone. Swallowed by uniforms and cameras. Hours later, the ballroom looked like a crime scene, and a hangover had a baby. Tape, evidence, markers, abandoned heels. I sat on an equipment case in the staff corridor. A scratch on my arm I hadn't noticed stinging under a hastily taped bandage. Torrin sat beside me, hands free for the moment, though I could feel the weight of what was coming settle on his shoulders. You okay? He asked. I've been better, I said. You, he huffed a breath. I've been shot at quieter, he said. A tired laugh escaped me. Still think this was a good idea? I asked. He didn't answer. Right away, Anders joined us, rubbing the bridge of his nose like the case files were already giving him a headache. Loosens in surgery, he said. He'll live. Sadly, that sadly is on the record, I asked. Nothing about this hallway is on the record, he said. Enjoy that. While it lasts, he leaned against the wall. Opposite us. You 2 pulled it off, he said. I yelled, gun. I said, you're the one who did the actual pulling. You went into that hotel for intel, Anders said. You walked into this ballroom knowing there was a price on your head. You stood there in the open while a man aimed at you. Don't minimize that, because your brain is still trying to protect you. I let my head fall back against the wall. I don't feel brave, I said. Brave is just scared people who show up anyway, he replied. He turned to Torrin. Now it's your turn, he said. Recording's one thing. Testimony's another. You still in? Torrin looked at me, then at Anders. Yes, he said. No hesitation, Anders said. I'll admit, I'm impressed. I already crossed the line, Torrin said. Going back isn't an option. Good, Anders replied. Because you're not going back to wherever you sleep. You're coming with us tonight. He said it, matter-of-factly. Not a request. Figured, Torrin said quietly. My chest squeezed. Wait, I said. You're just taking him? He just stood on a stage and admitted things men have gone to prison for with less, Anders said. Best case scenario. His own people see that as betrayal. Worst case, they think this whole thing was a stunt and try again. Either way, he doesn't walk out of here free. He wasn't wrong. Didn't make it easier. Where does that leave us? I asked. You, Anders said, are going to disappear for a bit. We're setting up a safe location. You and your neighbor. Somewhere nobody here knows. Maeva. Of course she'd be pulled in, whether she liked it or not. You're not testifying tomorrow, he continued. We're not there yet. But we need you alive long enough to finish this. Can I at least go back and grab my stuff? I asked. Pictures? Clothes? I've already lost one life. I'd rather not start the next one with a borrowed t-shirt and regret. Anders considered. Tomorrow, he said, with supervision. Daylight only. In and out. And tonight? I asked. Tonight, you sleep in a place where the only people with guns are on my side, he replied. Try it. You might get used to it. It was meant to be reassuring. It wasn't. Torrin exhaled. So, that's it, he said. Gala, gun, cuffs. You expected a parade? Anders asked. Nothing about this feels like winning, Torrin said quietly. Anders' gaze softened just a hair. Winning doesn't always feel good, he said. Sometimes it just feels less bad than the alternative. He pushed off the wall. We move in 15, he said. I've still got to convince 3 captains and a DA that taking your deal is worth the blowback. In the meantime, stay put. If either of you vanishes, I'm going to personally drag you back. He walked off, phone already at his ear. The corridor felt smaller without his presence. Quieter. Torrin. And I sat there, in the humming silence broken only by the distant murmur of officers and the occasional clink of evidence bags. I guess this is the part, I said slowly, where we're supposed to say all the things we've been avoiding. I thought that was every part, he said. I elbowed him lightly. He winced. Sorry, I said. Forgot. You just walked through live fire. Worth it, he replied. We turned toward each other. At the same time, his tie was loosened now. Jacket off. Shirt sleeves rolled up. A line of dust across his cheekbone from where the chandelier had spit shrapnel. He looked less like a legend, more like a man who'd been standing between 2 worlds too long, and finally picked one. What? He asked, when he caught me staring. I was trying to memorize your face, I said, before I could stop myself. In case the next time I see you, there's glass between us. Something flickered in his eyes. Khalees, he said quietly. You don't have to. Don't say I don't have to wait, I cut in. Don't say I deserve better. I know all of that. I'm not making a decision for the next decade. I'm making one for right now. What's the decision? He asked. I hesitated. Then slowly, I reached over and laced my fingers with his. His hand was warm, calloused, trembling, just a little. This, I said, this is the decision. That whatever else they take from us, they don't get this night. They don't get to rewrite it as some sad story where I helped you and then walked away like it meant nothing to me. His jaw worked. I don't deserve you, he said. That's your problem, I replied. Not mine. He huffed out a shaky laugh. You keep talking like that, and I'm going to start thinking there's hope for me, he said. Good, I replied. I'm tired of being the only one who thinks. So, he turned his hand and brought our joined fingers up, pressing his lips to my knuckles. The kiss was brief, almost chaste, but my whole chest ached with it. You scare the hell out of me, he murmured. Get in line, I said. I scare myself. If this moment makes your chest tight, go ahead and hit subscribe if you haven't yet. These aren't fairy tale kisses. They're the kind you steal in a hallway with crime scene tape at one end and cops at the other. And somehow, they still manage to feel like hope. Jace appeared at the end of the corridor, looking oddly formal with a badge clipped on for the night. They're ready, he said. Cars out back. He glanced at our hands. Didn't comment. Smart man. They'll take you in separate vans, he added. Different routes. Different locations. Wait, I said. I thought we were going to the same safe house. You are, he said, eventually. But until they clear the routes, nobody wants to give anyone an easy shot. He didn't have to say, Sabria. We both heard it anyway. Torrin squeezed my hand once more, then let go. We'll see each other there, he said. Better, I replied. We stood. The hallway swayed a little under my feet. Adrenaline leaving. Exhaustion slamming in. Khalees. Anders. Again. He held out a simple black jacket. Put this on, he said. Less recognizable that way. What? The world's not ready for my fashion statement? I asked, slipping into it. Your dress is covered in somebody else's blood, he said dryly. Not ideal for a low-profile exit. Fair. He led me toward the service exit. Officers flanking. Cold air bit my face as we stepped out into the alley. A dark van waited. Engine idling. This is it, I asked. For tonight, he said. Tomorrow, we start the paperwork nightmare. Can't wait, I muttered. He opened the van door, gestured me in. The interior was dim, just bench seating and a couple more officers. Deep breaths. He murmured. You did. Good. I climbed in. One of the officers shut the door behind me. Seat belt, she said briskly. I clicked it on, with shaking hands. The van pulled away from the curb, turning down a side street, then another. City lights smeared past the small windows. For the first time in hours, I was away from the noise, the shouting, the lights, just the hum of the engine and the beat of my own heart. I let my eyes drop closed. I must have drifted, just a little, because the next turn jolted me awake. We weren't on the main road anymore. The buildings outside the narrow window were lower, darker, fewer streetlights, less traffic. Where are we? I asked. Alternate route, the officer across from me said. Construction on the main? Her voice was calm, too calm. My skin prickled. "Since when?" I asked. "We just left." She didn't answer. The driver's eyes met mine in the rearview mirror. They were wrong. Not the tired focus of someone pulling a double shift. Cold, smiling, my blood iced. This wasn't Anders' driver. This wasn't Anders' van. My brain flipped back to the service exit. The rush, the uniform I'd barely glanced at. The fact that I'd assumed anyone near Anders was with him. Stupid. My hands clenched on the seatbelt. "Where are we going?" I asked again. Voice quieter now. The woman opposite me smiled. "Relax," she said. "We're just taking a little detour." I swallowed. "For whose benefit?" I asked. The driver chuckled. "You really thought walking on stage with him was the end of the story?" he said. "Sweetheart, the people he betrayed didn't all wear suits. He took the next corner harder. Farther from the hotel. Farther from Anders." The bracelet on my wrist dug into my skin as my pulse hammered. I'd told Torrin I was done being invisible. Now, in a fake cop van, headed who knows where, I was about to find out exactly how much attention a maid could survive. And somewhere behind us, in a very real police car, a man who'd finally chosen the right side might realize the dot on his tracker, the one that was supposed to be me, had just gone off script. The van smelled like cheap coffee and old leather. And something else. Fear. Mostly mine. I forced my fingers to unclench from the seatbelt and slid my thumb over the little bead on my bracelet. Torrin's tracker. Last we'd talked about it. He'd joked it would keep him from losing me in a crowd. Now, it might be the only reason anyone noticed I was disappearing. If you're watching this, and your gut is yelling, "This is wrong. This is wrong," good. Trust that part of you. It's the same voice I was listening to when I decided to stop being polite and start staying alive. "So," I said, keeping my voice casual, "you two go through the same academy as Anders? Or is this the off-brand class?" The woman across from me smirked. "Relax," she said again. "We're doing you a favor." "Funny," I said. "Most favors don't start with fake badges." Her smile thinned. "Look," she said, "you made yourself valuable. That's not my business. My business is getting you somewhere quieter. So the people who actually paid for this night get a say before the state steals you." There it was. Not cops. Cleanup crew. "For the sake of honesty," I said. "Who exactly am I being delivered to?" The driver chuckled. "You ask a lot of questions," he said. "You snatched the state's shiny new witness from a crime scene," I said. "Questions are the least of your problems. You're assuming the state notices before we're done," he said. The van hit a pothole. My teeth clicked. I rolled my wrist like I was trying to get comfortable and pressed the bead hard. Once, twice, 3 times. Please, work. We hadn't tested it. Jace had explained it fast. In that kitchen where I'd been too busy trying not to think about dying in sequence. "Tap it 3 times if you're in trouble," he'd said. "It'll spike on my screen and his. Like you're screaming without sound. Got it, I'd replied, barely half listening. Now, I was listening, with everything I had. The bead buzzed, faintly, under my skin. A tiny, electric kiss. Somewhere, if the universe didn't hate me completely, a screen lit up, and a red dot blinked in the wrong part of the city. Why me? I asked, stalling. If they're mad at him, take him. He's the one who actually betrayed you. The woman's eyes went flat. Men like him sign the orders, she said. Men like us carry them out. But you, she tilted her head. You're the glitch. The maid who wouldn't die. People like you need to be corrected. Good luck with that, I said. Every time you try, I get louder. Her jaw tightened. The driver turned sharply, taking us under an overpass and into a part of the city where streetlights got stingier. Almost there, he said. Good, she replied. I'm tired of her mouth. Get in line, I muttered. If you've ever been trapped somewhere, you know you shouldn't be. Forced to talk to buy yourself minutes. Drop buying time in the comments. It feels stupid in the moment. But those minutes can be the difference between walking out and being dragged. Across town, in a very real police SUV, a phone buzzed. I know this part because I read the report later, and because Anders wouldn't shut up about how close we cut it. Torin was in the back seat, wrists cuffed, head leaned back against the window, eyes half closed. He looked like a man whose adrenaline had finally crashed. Then his phone, secured in an evidence bag on the seat beside Anders, lit up. A small app Jace had installed displayed one glowing dot. Mine. It jumped, switched from blue to angry red. Shit, Jace said from the front passenger seat, leaning over Anders' shoulder. That's not right. Anders frowned. She's in your van, he said. Of course, it's moving. Not like that, Jace said, jabbing the screen. We were supposed to take the freeway south. That dot's cutting west. Fast. And if that bracelet alarm's going off? She pressed it. How sure? Anders asked, already reaching for the radio. Sure enough, that if you don't change direction, you're going to be writing a very bad report, Jace snapped. Torin's eyes snapped open. What's going on? He demanded. Anders didn't answer him. Unit 12 to dispatch, he said into the radio, voice going tight. Confirm route for protective transport on Witness K. Static. Then, Unit 12, Witness K departed scene 10 minutes ago via service exit. En route to Safe House Alpha. Why? Patch me through to that driver, Anders said. Now. Silence. Dispatch. He barked. More silence. Lines not responding. Came back. Too calm. Probably just dead zone, detective. Bullshit, Anders said, slamming his palm against the dash. Vehicles don't drop off grid in the middle of downtown. He yanked the wheel at the next turn, lights flipping on, sirens screaming to life. We're going after her, he said. And me, Torin demanded from the back. You just leave your favorite felon in the car? Shut up. Anders snarled. If she dies, because I trusted my own system more than her instincts, I'm going to have a hard time living with that. And I'm not handing you the satisfaction of being the only one who feels guilty. Torin leaned forward as far as the seatbelt and cuffs would allow. "Let me loose," he said. "Absolutely not," Anders shot back. "She pressed that alarm because she trusts you and me," Torin said. "You need both of us. You don't know how my people move. I do. You're not his people anymore," Jace said sharply. "That's exactly why I know how far they'll go," Torin snapped. "You want to waste time arguing about my moral evolution? Or do you want to get to her before they do what they brought her for?" Anders gritted his teeth. Made a choice. He'd probably lose sleep over for the rest of his career. He reached back, snapped the cuffs off, then shoved them into Torin's hands. "You so much as think about bolting," he said. "I'll shoot you in the leg myself. Cooperation deal be damned." "Fair," Torin said. He leaned forward, eyes locked on the pulsing red dot. "Take the next left," he ordered. "They're heading toward the river." "Old warehouses." "Of course they are," Anders muttered, hitting the turn hard enough to push them all against their doors. "Can't ever just abduct someone to a Starbucks? If you're still here, this is your reminder. The people who save your life are not always pretty about it. Sometimes they're messy and pissed and make bad jokes at 90 miles an hour. Hit, like if you've ever had a rescuer who was sarcastic as hell. Back in the wrong van. I was counting. Turns, bumps, the distance between streetlights. Half survival instinct, half habit from years of memorizing bus routes when you don't have data on your phone. The bracelet buzzed again. Stronger. "Everything okay?" I asked, sweetly. "Your GP seems upset." "Shut up," the woman said. "Just making conversation," I replied. "It's weird. Usually when men put a bounty on my head, they at least buy me dinner first." She rolled her eyes. "You're not funny," she said. "Depends who you ask," I said. "Internet seems to think I am." Her gaze sharpened. "So it's true," she said. "You're putting this on a channel eventually," I said. "After the trials, after the appeals, after you're dead or in a cage, you'll make a great cautionary tale." The driver snorted. "Listen to her," he said. "Already talking. Like she's some hero. Instead of a glorified mop girl who got lucky. You'd be amazed how much power a glorified mop girl has in a world built on secrets," I said. "We see everything. We hear everything. And when we start talking, those secrets don't stay safe." He laughed. Again. "You won't be talking after tonight," he said. "That's what the shooters at his place thought," I said. "Didn't work out for them, either." He didn't like that. He took the next turn aggressively, tires squealing, as if speed could make up for how late they already were. We pulled into a narrow side road, then through a half-rolled-up metal door, into a warehouse that smelled like dust and rust and old oil. The engine cut. The sudden quiet was deafening. The woman gestured with her chin. "Out," she said. I didn't move. "You going to drag me?" I asked. "Be honest. The optics on that are ugly. Your boss might want video." Her jaw clenched. "Out," she repeated. I unbuckled slowly, slid to the floor, and stepped down. The concrete was cold under my shoes. A single fluorescent strip light flickered overhead. making everything look jaundiced. The driver came around, gun visible now. Small, black, very real. He waved it lazily. "This way," he said. "Can I get a name?" I asked. "I like to know what to call the idiots in my nightmares." "You won't be sleeping long enough to have nightmares," he said. "Cute," I said. "Somebody wrote that for you?" He stepped forward fast, fist tangling in my collar, cold barrel pressing under my chin. Every instinct screamed. I forced myself not to flinch. "You think this is funny?" he hissed. "I think you're predictable," I said, voice low. "You think fear is enough. You're wrong. Fear is boring. Everybody in my neighborhood grows up on it. That's why it stopped working on me." His eyes flashed. "Last words?" he asked. "Yeah," I said. "Look up." He frowned. Then the warehouse exploded in red and blue. Siren lights strobed through the dirty windows. Outside, tires screeched. Doors slammed. Men shouted. The driver spun toward the sound. Too late. The side door of the van behind us yanked open. Jace stepped out. Gun leveled. "Drop it," he said. The woman cursed, reaching for her own weapon. Something slammed into the warehouse door with a bone-rattling crash. The metal buckled. Then it tore open, ripped aside by a larger vehicle, using its bumper like a battering ram. Anders walked through the dust, gun drawn, jacket open around his badge like a dare. "Party's over," he snapped. Weapons down, hands up, mouths shut. The driver jerked me in front of him, like a shield. Of course he did. "Back off," he yelled. "You take another step, and she drops." His hand shook against my throat. I could feel his pulse, faster than mine. He hadn't expected them to find us this fast. "Good, buddy," Anders said. "You really don't want to do this. You shoot. You hit her," the driver snarled. "If I wanted her dead, I wouldn't be here," Anders said calmly. "And you're making a big mistake, assuming I'm the only one aiming at your head." The driver frowned. Movement. To my left. Smooth. Silent. Torin. He'd slipped in with the second wave, moving along the shadows, eyes locked on me, on the gun, on the angle. He didn't have a weapon. Anders wasn't that stupid, but he didn't need one to be dangerous. "Let her go," he said quietly. The driver scoffed. "Look who it is," he sneered. "The man of the hour. Didn't think you'd show up without your leash." Torin's jaw flexed. "Let her go," he repeated. One of the warehouse rafters creaked. The driver's eyes flicked up, just for a second. It was enough. Torin moved. He covered the distance between us, like the air didn't exist. His hand chopped down on the driver's wrist. The gun fired, the shot deafening in the enclosed space, the bullet going wild into the concrete. Pain lanced across my ear as heat brushed past. We stumbled. The woman reached for her gun. Jace tackled her. The warehouse erupted, yelling, boots, the metallic clatter of a weapon skittering away. All I saw was the floor rushing up, then hands, not rough, not cruel, pulling me out of the line of fire. We hit the concrete together, Torin's body curling around mine, his breath harsh in my ear. "Stay down," he rasped. I stayed. We lay there, chests heaving, dust in our mouths, while officers swarmed the driver and the woman, shouting commands, slapping cuffs on wrists, reading rights nobody in that room cared about until now. When it finally quieted, my ears were ringing. I rolled onto my back, staring at the rusted ceiling. "You okay?" Torin asked, propping himself above me, his hands hovering like he wasn't sure where he was allowed to touch. "Yes," I said. "No, I don't know. Ask me in an hour." His thumb brushed a line along my jaw. "You're bleeding," he said. I reached up. My fingers came away red from the shell graze along the top of my ear. "Great," I muttered. "Add it to the collection. If your heart is slamming right now, hit like and tell me still here in the comments, because this is the part where a lot of people would have turned off the video, said too much, and walked away. But you're still in the warehouse with me, breathing through the dust. Anders loomed above us. "You two done?" he asked, because my blood pressure officially quit. Torin rolled off me, sitting up slow, hands visible. "Saved your witness," he said. "You're welcome. I just watched you charge an armed man with no weapon." Anders snapped. "You're not getting a medal. You're getting a psych evo." "Get in line," I muttered, sitting up too. Anders' eyes flicked to my ear. "You hurt?" he asked, voice dropping. "Just scratched," I said. "Bullet wanted to say hi. That's all." He sighed. "The paperwork on this is going to kill me," he muttered. "You people ever do anything the easy way?" "Easy doesn't get people like them off the street," I said, nodding toward the driver and the woman, now face down and cuffed. He followed my gaze. "No," he said. "It doesn't." He scrubbed a hand over his face. "Ambulance is on the way," he said. "You're going to the hospital to get that checked. After that, new safe house, no arguments." "Can Maeva come?" I asked. "She's already yelling at a marshal about her blood pressure meds," he said. "We picked her up on the way." Of course they had. "Good," I said. "She'll love having a new kitchen to complain about." He snorted. Then his eyes slid to Torin. "You," he said. "Back in cuffs?" Torin held out his wrists without protest. Anders snapped the metal on, tighter than before. "You did good," he said grudgingly. "Doesn't mean I trust you." "Understood," Torin said, as they hauled the kidnappers to their feet and led them toward waiting squad cars. The adrenaline that had been propping me up finally wobbled. I leaned back on my hands, breathing hard. Torin twisted so he could look at me over his shoulder. "You okay?" he asked again. "Stop asking me that," I said. "I'm alive." "That's the most honest answer you're going to get tonight." He smiled. "Small, real. And you still have your mouth," he said. "So the city's not ready to rest yet. If you're grateful, you can repay me by not dying in custody," I said. "I'll do my best," he replied. The EMTs arrived, fussed over my ear, shined lights in my eyes, asked me questions I answered on autopilot. Eventually, they loaded me into an ambulance. As the doors closed, I caught one last glimpse of him standing under the warehouse fluorescents, hands cuffed, officers at his shoulders. He looked up. Our eyes met. No words, but I saw it. Fear, relief, something like pride. Then the doors shut. The siren wailed. The city blurred past. If you've ever hit that point where you're too tired to even process what almost happened to you, drop numb in the comments. It's not weakness. It's your body trying to make sure your brain doesn't short out. At the hospital, they cleaned the wound, put 2 tiny stitches in my ear, and tried very hard not to react when a marshal flashed a badge and whispered something about special witness. Maeve showed up in my room 20 minutes later, hair wrapped, slippers on, eyes blazing. "They tried to take you," she said, like she was announcing a weather report. "I told them if they didn't bring you back, I'd haunt their whole bloodline." "I believe you," I said. She sat on the edge of the bed, took my hand, and squeezed. "You still here," she said. "That's what matters." I nodded. "Where are we going next?" I asked. She shrugged. "Somewhere with thin walls and bad coffee," she said. "But you know what I realized?" "What?" I asked. "You're not running anymore," she said. "Not in your head. The first night I saw it, you were already halfway out the door in your mind. Now, you're dug in. Maybe I finally got tired of letting fear drive," I said. She grunted. "'Bout time," she said. The marshal poked his head in. "Ladies," he said, "we've got to move. Press is sniffing around." "Press can sniff these nuts," Maeve muttered. "Maeve," I hissed. "I'm old. I can say what I want," she said. "If you laughed at that, you're my people. Hit subscribe so you don't miss when Maeve inevitably gets her own spin-off in this universe, because you know she deserves it." They wheeled me out the back into another unmarked car. Not a van. This time, sedan. Driver I'd seen before. Real badge. Real tension. As we pulled away from the hospital, exhaustion hit me like a wave. I let my head rest against the window. City lights streaking by. "New safe house?" I asked the marshal in the front. "For now," he said. "You'll like this one. No shared walls. Less chance of someone listening." "Good," I murmured. "I'm ready for walls that don't echo." I must have drifted, because the next thing I knew, the car stopped. "All ready?" I asked, blinking. "Yeah," the marshal said. "We made good time." I looked out the window. We weren't at a house. We were in front of a squat, gray building, ringed in high fence and razor wire. A detention facility. Not fancy, not massive, but unmistakable. My stomach turned. I said. "You took a wrong turn." "I'm not supposed to be here." The marshal shifted awkwardly. "You're not going inside," he said. "We needed to make a stop first." The door opened. Cold air rushed in. Anders leaned down, looking at me through the gap. "What now?" I asked, suspicion flaring. He cleared his throat. "The DA wants one thing before we tuck you away again," he said. "Face to face. No juries, no cameras. Just you and the man whose deal you just risked your life to make worth something." It took me a second to understand. "You want me to see him," I said slowly. "I want you to have the choice," Anders replied. "You don't owe him that." But he asked, and given that he almost got shot trying to keep a bullet off your spine, I figured I should at least ask you before I say no. My heart thudded. "Right now?" I asked. "Right now," he said. 10 minutes. Glass between you. Guards everywhere. You say the word. I turn this car around, and you never have to set foot on this property again. Behind him, through the lobby windows, I could see a shadow in an interview room. Broad shoulders, bent head, waiting. My pulse kicked. 10 minutes. One more conversation before our worlds split clean for a very long time. If you were me, would you go in? Would you walk into a detention center on purpose to talk to the man who almost got you killed and also saved your life? Twice. Drop your answer in the comments, because that's exactly the choice I had to make. I went in. Of course, I did. You've probably already guessed that, but I want to say it out loud. I walked myself into a detention center on purpose. Not because I'm stupid, because I was done letting fear make every decision for me. The air inside was colder than outside. Not temperature. Energy. The marshal led me down a short hallway that smelled like bleach and paperwork. Cameras watched from the corners. A metal door buzzed, then slid open to a small room with a table bolted to the floor and a thick sheet of glass splitting it in two. He was already there. Torin sat on the other side, in a plain jumpsuit instead of a suit, hands cuffed in front of him, chain bolted to a ring in the table. There was a phone receiver on his side, and one on mine. He looked up when I stepped in. For a second, the room shrank. No Mafia, no cops, just him and me, and everything between us. If you're still watching, this is where I need you to lean in, I'd tell you, because the next few minutes changed everything more than any bullet ever could. If you'd have walked into that room too, hit like so, I know I'm not the only one who would have said yes. The marshal nodded toward the chair on my side. 10 minutes, he said. We'll be right outside. He stepped out, door buzzing shut behind him. I sat, picked up the phone. Torin did the same. For a heartbeat, neither of us spoke. You're supposed to be at a safe house, he said finally. His voice sounded different through the line, muted, but still him. I am, I said. This is a detour. You shouldn't have come, he said. Stop telling me what I should and shouldn't do, I replied. That's half of how we got here. He huffed a breath. You almost died, he said. Twice. In 24 hours. Because of my world, and because I chose to step into it, I said. Your world didn't drag me into that van. I walked toward those doors in the first place. He watched me for a long second. You okay? He asked, quietly. My ear still stung. My muscles ached. My brain felt like somebody had wrung it out. No, I said, but I'm here. That's enough for tonight. He nodded slowly. "Thank you," he said. "For what?" I asked. "For pressing that alarm," he said. "For yelling 'gun' in that ballroom. For not staying invisible when it would have been easier." "It wasn't easier," I said. "Invisible doesn't mean safe. It just means nobody notices when you disappear." His jaw clenched. We sat in that heavy truth for a second. "I heard what happened in the warehouse," I said. "Anders has a big mouth." "He's proud of himself," Torrin said. "He should be. He did what I spent years telling myself was impossible." "What's that?" I asked. "Show up when it mattered," he said, "without a payout on the other end." I swallowed. "You shouldn't have rushed that guy," I said. "You didn't have a weapon." "Didn't need one," he said. "You were there." "That's not an answer," I said. "It's the only one I've got," he replied. Silence. Stretched again. "You know what this meeting is, right?" he asked. Finally. "This isn't a movie scene, Khalees. This is goodbye. For a while." "Yeah," I said. "I figured you're going to disappear into whatever safe box they put you in," he said. "I'm going to disappear behind my own. There won't be many chances like this. Calls monitored, letters read, visits limited. It's not fair to you." "Stop deciding what's fair to me," I said. "You don't get to do that anymore. You used up that right when you started ordering men like Lucen around." He winced. "Still honest," he said. "Always," I said. He took a breath. "I don't know how long I'll be in here," he said. "Deals change. Judges change. People I turned in have lawyers who get paid too much to sit quiet. But I do know this. I meant what I did in that ballroom, and in that warehouse, and in your kitchen." A tiny, tired smile tugged at my mouth. "Which kitchen?" I asked. "I've had a few lately. The one with the buzzing microwave," he said, "where your neighbor yelled at me that first morning for bleeding on her floor." "That was an iconic moment," I said. His eyes warmed for a heartbeat. "I think about that morning a lot," he said. "About you, with that rag in your hand, shaking, trying to act like you weren't. About how you still stepped between me and the doorway. I think about your stupid window," I said. "How it shattered. And everything I thought about my life shattered with it." "If you could go back," he asked quietly, "would you walk past that kitchen?" I didn't answer immediately. If you're listening, ask yourself that about your own life. If you could sidestep the moment everything changed, would you? Drop yes or no in the comments, and don't overthink it. Your first instinct says a lot. "No," I said finally. "I'd still go in. I'd still yell at your men for bleeding on the tile. I'd still answer that burner phone. I just might buy better shoes first." He let out a breath he'd been holding. "Okay," he said. "Then I can live with the rest." We looked at each other through the glass. "This place is going to strip a lot," he said. "My name, my clothes, my habits. Maybe that's good, but I don't want to lose this, the part of me that finally learned how to care about something that wasn't power or fear." "Then don't," I said. "You've got 14 years, give or take, to practice being a different man. Use them. Read something that didn't come from an accountant. Talk to whatever counselor they assign you. Listen when the chaplain stops by, even if you don't buy all of it. Learn some hobbies that don't involve threatening people. He snorted. You giving me homework? He asked. Yes, I said, because if you ever walk out of here and stand in front of me again, I want to meet a man who's done his work, not one who thinks I'm his way out of guilt. His throat bobbed. That's a lot to ask, he said. Then start now, I replied. You've always been good at long games. He stared at me like he was trying to etch me into bone. You going to wait? He asked, voice low. I know you said you're not promising me a countdown, but I need to know if I'm a closed chapter or a book you might pick up again one day. I'm going to live, I said, fully, loudly. If life puts someone kind in my path, I won't slam the door because of you. That's not fair to them or me, but I'm not cutting you out of my story to make it neater either. You're ink. You change the pages. That doesn't wash off. It wasn't the romantic line people like to put in movies. It was real, messy, true. His eyes glossed just a little. I don't cry, he said, voice rougher. I didn't say you were, I replied. The corner of his mouth twitched. There it was again. That softer smile I'd only seen in kitchens and hallways, never at gala tables. I'm proud of you, he said suddenly, for telling the truth, for staying alive, for not letting them scare you into silence. I'm proud of you, I said, for finally doing something that scared you for the right reasons. The door buzzed once. The marshal stepped halfway in. 2 minutes, he said. Then he stepped back out. We both exhaled. Guess this is the part where we say goodbye, I said. For now, he said. Don't do anything stupid in there, I added. No fights to prove a point. No gambling favors you don't have. Bossy, he murmured. Practice, I said. He lifted his free hand and pressed his palm against the glass. I did the same on my side. Warmth didn't pass through, but something did. A line, an understanding, a promise neither of us could fully name yet. If this moment hits you harder than any shootout, it's because this is what real intimacy looks like. Choosing to see someone clearly when you could walk away. If you've ever had a goodbye that tasted like a beginning, drop. I know that feeling in the comments, so we don't all feel crazy. I'll write, he said. They'll read it, I reminded him. Then I'll hide the good stuff. Between the lines, he said. I'll read between them, I replied. The door buzzed again. Time. See you, sunshine, he said softly, echoing that night outside the hotel. Bring your own bullets, I shot back. He laughed. It was small, tired, hopeful. Go, he said, before I start begging for more time. And Anders comes in here with a taser. He would too, I said. I hung up the receiver, stood. My hand slid down the glass as I turned. I didn't look back. Outside, the marshal escorted me to the car. The sky had gone dark. A line of orange bled along the horizon. Somewhere, people were leaving late shifts, going home to kids, microwaving dinner. My life would never be normal in that way again, but it would be mine. If you ever decide to testify in court, you'll have more chances to see him, the marshal said quietly as we walked. Just so you know. I know, I said. You don't have to, he added. You already did a lot. I know that too, I said. But I'm going to. He nodded. Figured, he said. You've got that look. What look? I asked. The one people get when they're tired of being scared, he said. It's dangerous. In a good way, I tucked that away. We drove to a new safe house, a small place out past the edge of the city, with creaky floors, an ugly couch, and a fenced yard. Maeva stood in the doorway waiting, arms folded. Took you long enough, she said. You missed me? I asked. Police coffee is nasty, she replied. I need my kitchen. She pulled me into a hug that hurt a little and healed a lot. Weeks turned into months. Trials started. Some ended in plea deals. Some dragged. I testified 3 times. Every time, my hands shook a little less. Every time, more men in expensive suits and more quiet killers in cheap jackets heard a maid say their names into a microphone and realize their world had shifted for good. I started filming my story in pieces. Never the confidential parts, never the open cases, but enough to turn my fear into something that might help someone else. People started watching, commenting, from Detroit, from Lagos, from small towns I'd never heard of. I'm a nanny, and I've heard things too. I cleaned offices for 10 years and thought no one saw me. I've never been near a mafia boss, but my dad's addiction made me feel like I was living in a war zone. Thank you for making me feel less crazy. I read every one, cried over some, laughed at the ones where people told me Maeva was their favorite. She still hates that part. Tell them stop making me famous, she grumbles. I can't go out in my bonnet if people know me. If you love Maeva already, you know what to type, I'd tell you. Just drop a little heart for the auntie who never shut up when it mattered. Letters came from the facility, too. At first, they were dry, factual. Met with the counselor today. It was not as useless as I expected. Read a book you'd like. It made me angry for all the right reasons. Chess club is still going. I am learning patience. Slowly, then they got softer. Stories. Hidden in safe language. I thought about the kitchen again today. I missed the way your neighbor swore at the microwave. I heard a guard humming the same song you hummed under your breath once when you thought I wasn't listening. I wrote back. Not every time, but enough. I testified again today. Your voice on that tape did more damage than my face did. But I did my part. Maeva wants to know why prison food looks like that. She says if you survive, she's teaching you how to cook. I bought new shoes. Better grip. Learned my lesson. We didn't say, I love you, in those letters. We didn't have to. It was there. Between the jokes. Between the updates. Between the stubborn, daily choice to keep a line open between two people whose lives never should have collided. Years passed. Not all 14. Not yet. The deal changed twice. Once when new evidence tightened some screws on men above him. Once when a judge retired and a new one took over with less patience for reformed crime bosses. But one thing stayed. He stayed alive. He stayed working. He stayed different. One bright fall morning, sky too blue, air cold enough to make my lungs sting, I stood outside a different gate. Smaller facility, lower fence, still ugly. The marshal beside me checked his watch. "You can still wait in the car," he said. "This doesn't have to be dramatic." "It's not dramatic," I said. My heart disagreed. "It's overdue." The gate buzzed, opened. He walked out. No cuffs this time. Plain clothes, not expensive. Jeans. A sweatshirt that looked like it had been worn by 3 other men before him. His hair was shorter. There were more lines around his eyes. But they were the same eyes. They landed on me. Stopped. We didn't run. There were no violins. No slow motion. He just walked toward me, each step careful, like he wasn't sure the ground would hold. When he stopped in front of me, we were close enough to feel each other's breath. "Hi," I said. "Hi," he said. Up close, I could see a scar near his temple I didn't recognize. He followed my gaze. "Not a fun story," he said, "but it ends with I lived. So I'll tell you later." "Good," I said. We stood there a moment, just looking. "You look different," I said. "You sound different," he replied. We both smiled. "What now?" he asked. "Now?" I said. "Now you go sign 14 stacks of release papers, pee in a cup, promise 3 different officers you're going to show up for every check-in, and then we see if you still know how to sit at a kitchen table without planning an exit route." He huffed a laugh. "I've been sitting at tables I couldn't leave for a while," he said. "I think I can handle a kitchen." "And after that?" he asked. "After that," I said slowly, "we take it one small, boring, normal day at a time. You learn how to pay a light bill on time. I learn how to sleep without checking. Every window twice. We argue about nothing. We burn dinner sometimes. We see if the version of us that survived all of this can exist without gunshots and sirens." His eyes softened. "You still don't make anything easy," he said. "Easy was never the point," I replied. "Real was." He took one more step, close enough, now that I could see the faint tremor in his hands. "I'm going to kiss you," he said quietly. "If that's still okay." "Yes," I said, "but if you faint from fresh air, I'm telling everyone." He smiled. Then he kissed me. It wasn't frantic, like the first time in the apartment, or desperate like the one before the gala. It was steady, hands cupping my face. Careful, like he was handling something he didn't want to break. My fingers slid into the fabric of his sweatshirt, feeling the solid weight of him. No glass, no handcuffs, no clock ticking down 10-minute visits. Just us. His thumb swept along my cheek. My heart calmed. For the first time in years, instead of racing, the world didn't disappear. Cars passed. A bird yelled at us from the fence. Maeva sniffed loudly from the car and said, "It's about damn time," loud enough for 3 counties to hear. But in the middle of all that noise, there was a quiet I'd been chasing since that first bullet cut the air in his apartment. We pulled back, foreheads touching. "Hi," I said again, because my brain had officially given up. "Hi," he murmured, breath warm against my lips. If you felt that kiss in your chest, like your own heartbeat, you're my kind of viewer. I'd tell you right here. Hit like, hit subscribe, and tell me in the comments where you're listening from. You've sat with me in kitchens, ballrooms, warehouses, and now at a prison gate. You're family now. Months later, we did end up at a kitchen table. Not his old apartment. Not a safe house. A small place we rented together under more paperwork than most couples ever see. Walls still thin. Floor still creaky. But the windows? They were ours. No snipers. No shooters. Just street noise. And the occasional kid yelling about a basketball game. He got a job at a legit logistics company. Nothing glamorous. He was the guy double-checking routes, making sure everything going through the warehouse matched the manifests. He joked that it felt like being on the other side of a chessboard. I kept cleaning for a while, then started doing more with my channel when the stories started reaching people I'd never meet. We talked a lot about the ugly parts, about the good ones, about how to build something without hiding. We fought, too, about small things, dishes, schedules, whose turn it was to call Maeva, and big ones, like the first time he flinched at a loud noise and tried to pretend he hadn't, like the first time I froze when a car slowed outside the house at night and he wanted to go out and confront them. "We're not doing that," I told him, hand on his chest. "We don't live in that world anymore. This is the only world I know how to survive in," he said. "Then we'll learn a new one," I replied. Together and slowly. We did. We learned that intimacy isn't just kisses stolen between disasters. It's grocery lists, doctor appointments, sitting on the couch with my feet in his lap while we argue about a show. It's the way his hand finds mine under the table when the news mentions the trial again. It's the way I still sleep closest to the door out of habit, and the way he warns me before he opens a champagne bottle so I don't jump. One night, much later, long after the headlines had moved on to newer scandals and brighter fires, we sat on that ugly couch with my laptop open between us, reading comments. This is the story I didn't know I needed. I thought I was crazy for loving someone with a past. Thank you for making it make sense. I work night cleaning offices, and I've always felt like a ghost. I cried when she said invisible doesn't mean safe. I closed the laptop, looked at him. You realize there are people out there thinking you're some kind of romantic anti-hero now, I said. He winced. If they knew the full list of things I've done, they'd think twice, he said. They know enough, I replied. Enough to see the cost. Enough to see the change. Enough to know that quiet justice isn't about perfect people. It's about broken ones doing the next right thing, even when it hurts. He slid his arm around my shoulders, pulling me into his side. You're good with words, he murmured. I had a lot of practice, I said. Talking alone, in other people's kitchens. He pressed a kiss to the top of my head. Not alone now, he said. No, I agreed. Not alone now. If you've stayed with me from the mop bucket to the prison gate to this couch, thank you. Really. Stories like this aren't just entertainment. They're training. For your heart. For your gut. For how you see people. The world calls background. So here's my last ask. From one not-so-invisible maid to you. If this story touched you, if it made you angry, hurt, relieved, hopeful, don't keep that to yourself. Like this video. So the algorithm knows people care about quiet justice. Share it with someone who's ever felt small, replaceable, or stuck loving someone with a complicated past. Subscribe to the channel so you don't miss the next story that might be the one you or someone you love needs to hear. And in the comments, tell me one thing. What's one place in your life where you've decided you're done being invisible? Because if a maid who was supposed to stay in the background can help bring down a mafia network, testify in court, and still find a way to sit on a couch with a man she loves who's finally trying to be good, then you're capable of far more than you think. We'll talk again soon. Until then, stay safe, stay loud, and don't ever let anyone convince you your story doesn't matter.